Hi there, my name is Hi there, my name is James. I'm an artificial intelligence generated colleague from Nordlayer. I want to show you a couple of new tweaks and Hi there, my name is James. I'm an artificial intelligence generated colleague from Nordlayer. I want to show you a couple of new tweaks and Hi there, my name is James. I'm an artificial intelligence generated colleague from Nordlayer. I want to show you a couple of new tweaks and
Fuck it, we're going live. Looks like you got. Oh man, got a whole bunch of shit happening all at once. Let's get us to some results. Probably should have set up this crap earlier, but we'll be fine. Oh, I don't want to watch the actual live stream. We'll maybe watch their actual live stream when things start to pan out a little bit more. So, can you guys sound? Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you see me okay? Things are looking pretty good. I got a screen here in front of me, which will dictate, will allow me to see everything that's going on as we're live streaming. Okay, looks like we are doing pretty good here. So we, as expected, let me just double check the, okay, good. Looks like everything is going good. Everything is going well. Okay, perfect. So yeah, you're gonna crack open a beer. I've only got a couple beers. I'm not gonna, smash a whole bunch tonight. I'm hoping that, we figure out the results in a pretty reasonable time frame. But as I mentioned in the last Comrade cast, we talked about how to expect results. We still probably aren't going to expect results out of the rest of the country for another hour. But we do have some returns here in Atlantic Canada that will give us a little bit of insight as to what's going to happen throughout the night. And one thing I mentioned is that, oh wait, by the way, cheers everyone. One thing I mentioned, as I said before, Atlantic Canada reports early, and they're usually like kind of a gauge into how the rest of the country might turn out and vote, because every single time that we've had this kind of news system where they have staggered, or well, they don't have staggered, they have simultaneous voting for the rest of the country, but the Atlantic provinces get staggered a little bit. Ever since we've had this, it shows us a little bit as to what's going on. And usually, like I remember in 2015, it showed that Justin Trudeau swept all the Atlantic provinces, and then progressively throughout the rest of the election cycle, or whatever you want to say, the next coming elections, he's continually lost more and more support in this region. And right now, the results are looking, honestly, they're looking pretty good for the Conservatives so far. They're certainly making up a lot of ground, but then again, a lot of these we don't know the full results yet. So let's check in on some of these Newfoundland ridings here. This one has quite a bit more polls to report, but the Conservatives do have a pretty comfortable lead here. And moving over, still, this is only about half reported, but these are some pretty sizable leads for the Conservatives right now. And we just had another election call right here. This is, of course, the province, this is the province of Newfoundland right here. This is St. John's. This is the capital of the province, and usually this is pretty safe Liberal territory. The Liberals are racking up pretty big numbers here in these ones that they've already called. Oh, is this a flip or is this a hold? Nope, this is a hold. Right, okay, so Conservatives held the riding of Central Newfoundland. That's their first seat that they've been declared winning in. But this is a pretty interesting result so far. We see the Conservatives making up a little bit of ground in the initial part of the election, but the Liberal lead is holding steady. Where's my wife invested? She can't vote in this election because she's an American citizen, so she can't. if they gave swings. Yeah, they'll let us know. Like, oh yeah, that's a good. Sorry, you mean like swings in terms of what the polling percentage, what the actual vote percentage is versus the last election? That would be nice. That would be nice. My wife doesn't really care about Canadian politics. She cares a lot more about American politics. I'll tell you that much. She's been married to a communist for over 10 years now, and has never really given too much about politics until Donald Trump's second term. I've never seen somebody been radicalized more quickly, and I'm very proud of her in that sense. So I'm very proud that she's getting more politically involved in her own country. But here, she doesn't really care. It's all kind of a game to her. So yeah. But let's see here. In Newfoundland, it looks like they might end up splitting the seats here because there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so looks like they might split it 3-4. Though this one's pretty close here. But yeah, this is also a liberal hold. Yeah, liberal hold. Let's see what's going on in the other Atlantic provinces. We see, like Prince Edward Island is, Prince Edward Island is one of the biggest liberal strongholds in the country. They always seem to vote liberal. Although, wow, we do actually have some pretty close initial, though not everywhere. The capital of Charlottetown still waiting to hear what they're going to vote for, what they're going to vote as. But yeah, it looks like liberal incumbents all across the island. And it looks like that'll maintain, except where the Conservatives have a little bit. They have a little bit of a chance here in Edgemont or Egmont, however you want to say that. Moving to the other Atlantic provinces here in New Brunswick. This is the area. This is the province in the Atlantics that I see the Conservatives having the best and most likely chance of doing well. They are generally probably the most conservative of the Atlantic provinces, and we can see in the rural areas that they continue to show strong results, whereas in some of the urban areas, they are not as strong. Whoops. Why are you doing this to me, map? Why are you doing this to me? And they had their first hold here in the province. Wow, 70% for the Liberals there. That's pretty sizable. And then moving on to Nova Scotia. And by the way, you guys want to know a tip to tell if somebody's from Nova Scotia. Here's how you tell. By the way they say the province Nova Scotia, most Canadians just kind of, they want to get it out, right? They just want to say it. They just want to say the words and get it over with. But if you're from Nova Scotia, you like elongate it and you appreciate every syllable. It seems like they go Nova Scotia. And then I'm assuming that, they're getting flashbacks of their dreary, rain-stricken homeland while they're saying it. But regardless, this is really an interesting province because this province is run by a conservative government. And this conservative government, I remember when they were running for election, they had the most left-wing platform I've ever seen from a conservative government, and they totally cleaned up in that election. So it'll be interesting to see how they vote on a federal level. But the returns coming in, I want to see Central Nova Scotia would be a flip. Man, this is really close here, but there's only 28 polls reporting, so this is not telling us too much just yet. I just want to see these other ones. Are these all? Nope. This would be a flip here if the Conservatives can hold on to their lead in the Long Range Mountains, and they could also potentially flip here the peninsulas, the Terra Nova peninsulas. That sounds dope, man. That's that would be like a name for like a spaceship or something. Anyway, they do have a chance here to flip this riding here, but there's only less than half of the results reported. Oh yeah, the CBC site's giving you problems, eh? We'll look at a couple other return sites, but I always go. I mean, it's tough not to go with the CBC here in Canada. It is our broadcaster, so they are, they're the reliable ones. they're the reliable guys. So overall, things are looking like the Conservatives are picking up a little bit of steam here in the Atlantic provinces, but right now it's showing me a little bit better returns than in 2021. So they might flip a few seats, but we're not seeing like a blue wave or anything like that. We're seeing a lot of liberals holding down the fort, if you will. Let's see how things are going in. For some reason, Charlottetown still deciding that they are not going to tell us what the hell's going on. And I just want to go over here. I know this. I believe this is a conservative hold seat, right? Yeah, this is a conservative seat. And I think, no, they do have multiple seats here in Nova Scotia. Running a close race here in the South Shore. Move into Halifax here. Halifax is the capital of Nova Scotia. Pretty strong Liberal territory. They just secured. Can you guys see up top? Yeah, you can see up top. Hold on, I got two mice here. One mouse is to control the screen that we're all watching here, and then I've got another mouse that controls, like, I've got a. Excuse me, guys. I got a copy of the live stream up, and I got your guys' chat here so I can see it. And it looks like, yeah, you guys can see when we have a riding called up here. 1 minute, they just called, which one? It's this one here, right? Yeah. I'm not even. Blizzure. There you go. I nailed that one. Yeah. So let's go in. I want to see if we have any, and I believe these two ridings here in the south of the province of Nova Scotia are the only conservative ridings here. Yeah. What about this one here? This is Liberal riding. Cape Breton Liberal. Yeah, all these are Liberal ridings. So looks like the one they might actually pick up here is Central Nova. Now, but is the still only 1/4 of the results coming in right now. Let's do a little bit of poking around New Brunswick here. An army of mouses. Yeah. Seeing what we got. Fundy Royal is a conservative seat. St. John, St. Clairo is conservative. So yeah, they're doing well in the seats that they already have. We're not seeing a lot of flips here. It looks like they even might lose one of the seats here in New Brunswick here. Although here's another, then they might have the chance of flipping the seat next door. And that's the one thing, as the results come in, there's going to be a lot of fluctuation, a lot of wild fluctuation as we are waiting to see what's going to happen. And, just as the votes are tabulated, some areas vote, even in the riding, right? Some areas are very prevalent towards one party or another. Let's look up at the actual full vote totals here. We can see that the Liberals are pulling ahead by about 5 points, 6 points actually. And if that holds if that holds true for the rest of the night, that's going to be a bad night for the Conservatives. Unfortunately, my beloved NDP is just getting hammered. And they're getting hammered, and they get hammered in the Atlantic provinces a lot. One of the truisms about Canadian. Oh, is that? They gained. We have a first official gain. We have the Conservatives gaining one seat, the Long Range Mountains, from the Liberals. They've just called that with just over half of the polls reporting. So that's our first flip. That's our first flip of the evening. And we'll see how many more there are to come. Right now, if my canary in the coal mine theory holds true and who's ever leading in these ridings ends up winning, we're looking at a Liberal minority, I think. But again, there's only one province. The predictable nature of Australian elections. Well, yeah, I haven't actually watched an Australian election live, but we do have an Australian election coming up in just a couple days. And we'll see how things shake out tonight, but it's looking to be a similar story as to what's happening here. What the fuck? Okay. I just ended my Canadian flag waving and decided it was going to play some like random chill music or or something. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? In a lot of writings, it's the first past the post system basically kind of robs your vote from you. And I've never been a person to vote strategically. I don't think I've ever voted strategically once in my life. I always vote based on my principles and my values, and that's the way it's always going to be. That's the way it's always been. Um, but yeah, the NDP right now are getting crushed. But then again, like I said, they usually don't do well in Atlantic Canada. As I was saying, the NDP are the preferred left wing party out in the West, and we'll see if that ends up flipping or changing. As in comparison to the East out here, the Liberals are the preferred left wing party, and they've got a pretty strong incumbent advantage out here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This one is. Oh no, that's a conservative hold. Never mind. Okay. Really? This was. Oh, I thought this was a Liberal seat. No, it is a conservative held seat. Whoops. Let's see. Man, this is a close riding. South Shore is very, very close. Looks like the Conservatives will easily hold this one here. Fundy Royal. I don't know why. That's a funny name. I like that name. That's another Conservative riding here. Yeah, not too many flips right now, although we could have one here. Like I said, in New Brunswick, the Conservatives do much better in comparison to other Atlantic provinces. So it's kind of to be expected. But these are really close results in a lot of cases. Extremely tight election so far is what we're seeing. But right now, I guess we got a little bit of a pause here before the rest of the country starts to report. Yeah, or Toronto? TO, do you mean by Toronto? Because Toronto is not, the rest of the country isn't even, we'll expect results from them in another hour or so. And then BC will shore up the final, the tail end. And they'll probably be reporting about an hour and a half to 2 hours from where we are now. Let's move up. Let's see our vote share. The Liberals have been gaining in the vote share slightly. Now they're up by close to 7 points here. And again, this is looking very 2021 to me so far. But if, again, this holds, the Conservatives might actually be able to eke out a few more seats. But if what we're seeing is going to look like is going to be representative of the rest of the country, this is looking very much like a minority government to me. Oh, do we have Conservative hold? Okay, this is a hold right here, down here in Tobique. Sorry, French people, you're going to be crying a lot tonight because I it's one language I never bothered really studying up on. I probably should have. I really probably should have. But one of the things, right, in my country, or my province, at least my parents put me into a school where they taught you French at a very young age. Like I was learning French from kindergarten. And for whatever reason, I just rejected, I just rejected French, and I hate that they shoved it down my throat. And then when I got to grade 9 and I got to high school, they finally gave me the option to choose other languages, and I immediately switched to Japanese. And I've left French behind almost completely at this point. So let me tell you guys, while we're waiting here for more results to come in, let me tell you guys a little story about how elections here in Canada work. So, I should probably look at the camera here when I'm talking to you guys rather than the screen. So anyway, here in Canada, the way when we're counting the votes and whatnot, the way everything works is that, and I'm not sure if this works the same way in the United States, but this is one of the reasons why I have a lot of faith in the way our Canadian electoral system functions. So it's all paper ballots, and what happens is like when they're ready to count the votes, all the parties' representatives go to the polling station that they're opening up, and they all sit and they all watch the Elections Canada. Oh, you just got another Liberal hold here. Oh, we are getting a little bit of results in from Quebec, the very, very, very eastern tip of Quebec, but we'll save that for now. But anyway, so what happens is all the parties' representatives get together. The Elections Canada representative starts to go into the box, and then they pull out the ballot and they like unfurl it and they show it to every single person viewing, and then they announce one for the Liberals. And hold on, my laptop here is juice. That did shit all. That did not help me whatsoever. Oh, crap. I was worried that was going to happen. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, we're good. So anyway, they unfold the ballot, and then they show it to you, and then they announce one for whatever party, and then you as the scrutineer, and this is what I've done in the past, is be a scrutineer as a member of, the NDP. So then you'll mark down your ballot on your little checkboard or whatever, and then they'll start going around and they'll be like, oh, next ballot, one for the Conservatives, and they show it to everybody. And at this point, you as a scrutineer have the option to do what's called you can object to a ballot. Like if you see one that you think is a spoiled ballot or isn't filled out properly, you can object to that. And if everyone agrees, basically, that can go into like the objection pile. Or if there isn't an agreement between the scrutineers, basically what will happen is that Elections Canada will make a call. They'll pull it aside. Maybe they'll get somebody to come and double check it, and then they'll make a call from there. But that's we got another Halifax is another Liberal hold. Oh, we got a couple new ones here, and we got Cardigan and Dartmouth Cold Harbor. A lot of things that we expected here. And one of the things that this kind of system allows you to do is it allows you to keep track of everything that's happening. It allows you to see that like every single ballot, because everyone fills out the ballot differently, right? Just because all human beings have a little bit different writing styles. Some people put X's, some people put check marks, some people put lines. And this kind of allows you to realize that this is not somebody that's filling out the same ballot over and over again. They have a lot of differentiation, obviously, between the way people mark their votes. And this is also how internal parties will also know what's happening faster than the CBC or what have you, because they'll be there, and then as soon as you have 3 or 4 polling boxes counted up, and what happens is that you don't move on until everybody has the same numbers, right? Once everybody, I'm a checkmark guy. Yeah, everybody has, once all the scrutineers and the Elections Canada people, everybody has the same numbers, they all agree, and if you have different numbers, then everybody recounts. And you keep recounting until everybody is all above board and everybody has the same tabulations. Then once you get a few of them, you phone up your your headquarters, and you're like, hey guys, this is how we're doing in this province, or excuse me, this is how we're doing in this poll, how we're doing in this poll, so on and so forth. No, they're not very large. They depend. Like one thing that has happened, and we'll look over this. I wonder if it'll show us. Actually, let's go check. I have the fucking multiple mice. There we go. This is where the Canadian Prime Minister Pierre Poilievre is running, and there's been a campaign effectively to inflate the number of independent candidates on the ballot, and this is like a protest against the first past the post system. And this is a record tying 91 candidates in a single riding. And what happens is like they give you Like I seen the ballot. It's like this long. It's like 2 pages stuck together. And there's 2 columns. Usually it's just 1 column. But yeah, what is this? I don't know. They're about this size. Ballots are about this size. You know, pretty reasonable. Like my wife would tell me that sometimes, yeah, sometimes I write my own party on the ballot, and you absolutely can do that. And I remember when I was a scrutineer once, in every single box, like someone wrote FUCKUO, sorry, YOU. It was hilarious. But that's obviously a spoiled ballot. And you can do whatever the hell you want with your ballot, and a spoiled ballot will always be recorded for the official record. But anyway, this has been a protest against the first past the post system to basically show like how ridiculous it is, how ridiculously easy it is to get on the ballot, and how easy it is to disenfranchise all these 91 people. So yeah, that's a exception though. Most ballots are very short. Yeah, I remember when Jasmine was doing ballots for the United States elections. Those ballots can be pretty long, especially depending on the state. Because I remember one year she told me like she had to not just vote for in like the presidential election, but it was like a whole crap ton of ballot initiatives for California also get mashed onto the ballot at the same time. And you end up like with these ridiculous like miniature booklets of ballots that you not just are voting for your president and your congressperson and your senators or whatever. You're also voting in like a bazillion different referendums and stuff like that, because it's pretty easy to put something on the ballot in California. But yeah, their ballots tend to be pretty extravagant, and I always wonder why it takes for goddamn ever. Yeah, it takes like for goddamn ever for that state to finish counting. And but yeah, so that's part of the reason why I think our electoral system is pretty solid, and I have a lot of faith in it. And I always have a lot more faith in paper ballots, man. Like electronic voting machines scare the crap out of me. There's nothing wrong with paper ballots. It's time tested system, very hard to tamper with. We should just stick with it, and go from there. Like we got some little some what the hell? Oh, I see. Okay, so this is a reshaped riding. They have 2 incumbents here. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Okay. Well, how is this guy running in 2 fucking ridings though? What the fuck? Oh no, it's not. Okay, phew. I thought it was the same guy. I thought it was the same guy, but I'm an idiot. Apparently, I can't read. But yeah, so we're having a few results. Sorry about that, guys. Come out of the eastern part of Quebec here. But yeah, this area is usually a pretty solid. Like this little blip here is usually goes Bloc Québécois, and this whole area is kind of a good block stronghold. And like how much leading total? We have 333 votes for the block so far. Hooray! But going back at our totals here, slowly but surely the Liberals are creeping up in the vote election tally, and yeah, again, it's just looking very 2021 right now. That'd be like we have this whole election, change leaders, 2 new leaders running. Oh, we have another Fundy Royale is now officially a conservative held riding. But yeah, it would be funny if we had this whole election, change leaders, 2 new election leaders running, and it ends up being pretty much the same parliament when everything's all said and done. We had this whole thing just to end up in the exact same spot where we were when we started. So let's see this riding here. This one would be a conservative gain, and they are gaining steam in it, so we might have our second conservative pickup here reported shortly. They've got about 100 more polls to go. Oh, we have another Liberal hold here. Which one was that? I'm sad that they don't have the pictures of everybody here. That's what I'm gonna look and see if we can find. I want to get. Oh, we have another in Moncton. That's a New Brunswick riding that's been a Liberal hold. But yeah, I want to get a result tabulated that will show me the pictures of the candidates because some of them are glorious. I went to a meeting of all the federal candidates in Edmonton. They had like a big, meet and greet where you can meet them from all the ridings and everything like that. Yeah, it was anyway. So we got to meet all the candidates from all different ridings, the major ones, the minor ones, and let me tell you guys, the People's Party of Canada representatives, they were a sight to behold. They were just. There was something else. It was like they have found like the greasiest set of Discord mods that they could to run for this party. And I remember only one of the guys looked like he even bothered to like get dressed and comb his hair. So I'm hoping we can get some beauties here, if possible. What's a good? Let's see if the Globe and Mail. Or not, or just not. Yeah, we need the pictures, exactly. So let's see. Let's just go Canadian election results, see if we can find one. Ooh, The Guardian. Let's see if they can help us out. Right now, I'm doing it on a different window here because I don't want. Let's zoom this out a little bit too, so you guys can get a glimpse of what's happening while I faff around here for a sec. Good, you guys can see where everything is being tabulated, and then once I find a good one, I'm just going to bring it on over. Boo. Nope. You suck, Guardian. Not helping me. No, BBC doesn't even have a fucking result here. I wonder if Al Jazeera has it. Probably not. I don't even know why Al Jazeera. Oh, they just have like a feed. They just have a feed of. See, Toronto Star. They can be pretty sizable, or pretty reliable. I mean. I don't know why the fuck I said sizable. Nope. Why? Why won't you let me see the pictures of our beautiful candidates? of our beautiful political stallions. Yeah, I want to get the greasy pics. I'm not giving up yet. Let's go to see the full writing results map here. Yeah, I'm not gonna subscribe. Oh, you sons of bitches. They want me to subscribe to see the results. I hate that shit so much. It's like I just want to view the results. I just want to see your electoral map and you're going to make me subscribe. Like, why would I do that? Because there are dozens of other fucking providers out there that will let you do the exact same thing for free. So, fuck you, Toronto Star. I wonder if I can, there's no way that I can actually, like, zoom in here. Nope. Let's see if we have any new, just a bunch of holds. No flips yet. We've only had one flip in favor of the Conservatives. So far, things are looking pretty much steady. Yeah, the times do change. And unfortunately, Total War has really changed, right? I mean, Warhammer 3 was fine. It took him a little while to hammer that shit out. But, I really don't know what's next for the Total War series. It's kind of depressing, you know, because I, like you know, grew up playing Total War, loved this franchise, but they're just fucking it all up. And yeah, they really messed up by not like you've got to cater, I think, to your core fans at least at some point. It's nice to try and go for new players and new fans of Total War, but you have to do it in a way that doesn't alienate your entire player base. It's if you do that, obviously you're just begging for a disaster. You're just torpedoing your beloved and core IP for no apparent reason. Oh, okay. I remember the older ones. I guess even like I guess Rome Total War was really like the first one was still that still melted PCs when it first came out. It was still a pretty it was a beefy game when it first came out. That's for sure. Now it can be run on a potato, but yeah, it's. I wonder if Google will give me a map. Yeah, this is actually looking really grim here. I'm trying to think. At least in terms of our beloved our pictures of our beloved Discord mods. Trying to think of what other outlets I can go to. Oh man, I hear the kids upstairs freaking out. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough for my wife. Depressing. Yeah, might just have to do some googling here, if possible. And I'm gonna try. Let me try one last. Let me try one last outlet that we have here. Tried the Globe Mail. Well, Toronto Star told me to go fuck myself. I wonder if National Post. Maybe National Post has a good one. Oh, I hope you guys can't hear. My son is crying about something. I don't know what. With kids, you never know. It could be something major. It could be something minor. These are some sick, like, graphics and shit, but yeah, it's looking like we're ripped for the for our Discord mod picks. Oh wait, what's this? Really? You guys won't show them? I guess you hate democracy. Oh well. Well, unfortunately, we'll see if we can find something to subside our curiosity at a later point. But unfortunately, my electoral system has failed me. They failed me greatly by not showing me the pictures of who we're voting for. All right, so let's check back in. Here. We've yammered on enough, killed enough time. You just still see plenty of liberal holds. Not too many flips, not too many exchanges. South Shore is leaning back towards the Liberals now. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, well, unfortunately, my cross to bear is that I'm just obsessed with politics, and it doesn't really matter what country they're in. At least when it's in my own country, I can, talk very authoritatively about what's going on. Yeah, democracy is tough to stomach while sober. ABC. The Australian. I'm really shocked that the CBC does not have pictures, because it's something that they usually have. If I'm not mistaken, this is something that they usually had for the election, for watching results come in. But they've just decided. I guess that was too much work for them this time. They just decided we weren't gonna fucking do that. Yeah, this is definitely a weird niche of YouTube. And unfortunately, I think I'm probably going to stay pretty niche for my entire career. Although I will say, if you guys want to check it out, and I would encourage you to check it out, my brother and I are doing King of the Hill reviews and theories and stuff like that. That is going pretty well. And if you want to check it out, I can always recommend you guys go and subscribe over there. If for whatever reason you can't get enough of me, and you really you want to know how much King of the Hill meant to my brother and I, it's definitely a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed. Here, let me show you guys some other results come in and just show you what trash they are. Show you how junk they are. Here's global news. We'll see the full results here. I mean, they got the leaders figured out, and they got their pictures figured out. And I guess if we watch live, we can see some of the pictures that they have them for TV. Maybe that's how they force you to turn in. But yeah, they force you to tune in so you can actually see the pictures of the candidates. They have it for TV, but for some reason they couldn't figure out how to... Oh my god! Oh my god! We have pictures. We have pictures. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Global News. You were the one that I thought least likely to actually have pictures, but you did it. You somehow did it. Let's see if we can see any beauties. Although it looks like the PPC is really not running a lot of... Oh, some of them, they don't have pictures. We can't see what Ryan Smith looks like. And yeah, they're the world's tiniest itty-bitty pictures, but they're there. It's called Rainy Street Reviews. Here, here, I'll pull it up on YouTube here. Oh, no, you're not. Your name's not James. You're a liar. Really? That's not... Okay, cool. Perfect. Slowly gaining some steam. But yeah, this is the King of the Hill channel. And this one here we did about we did a theory episode about whether or not Dale knew about John Redcorn cheating on Nancy the whole time, or cheating with Nancy the whole time. That was our best video so far, and it is definitely interesting now starting like a YouTube channel all over again and starting it from scratch. It's interesting to see how the game has changed, but I'm really happy that at this time that I got my brother with me, and he takes some of the load off my shoulders, right? So I'm not doing it all by myself. Yeah, I think the PPC is, I think, yeah, you know, they say like they got 0.9% of the vote, and the Greens have 1% of the vote. I mean, they say like the NDP is done. I don't think they're done after this election, but they definitely need to do a big inward reflection, find a solid leader, and go forward with a coherent and strong set of values that people can really get behind. The PPC, though, I think might be completely toasted after this election. Although we'll see, actually. It could be interesting because if the Conservatives end up losing tonight, I don't think Pierre can hold on as leader. I think he will have a real tough time maintaining his leadership position, especially when he was seen as such a favorite, a couple months ago. Like, this was all seen as his election to lose. And if he fumbles the bag here, it's going to be real tough to stay on as leader. It's going to be hard. The color coding on the map is not great. Yeah. Which one? The global? We'll click off global. Which one? Global or CBC? I wonder if CBC, do they have a dark theme? Because I hate the fucking... Yes, they do. Nice. That's better. I much prefer dark. I'm the kind of guy that likes to sit in a room with all the lights turned off except for the computer screen and the dark background. But yeah, I definitely prefer dark theme over light theme. Yeah, the PPC could be back because if Pierre really, ends up losing tonight and the Conservatives, they could splinter after losing an election that was seen as pretty winnable for them. They could really splinter and collapse because, and I mentioned before that the Conservative Party here in Canada is really two different parties mashed together. You have the progressive conservative wing of the Conservative Party. They call themselves fiscally conservative but socially liberal, and then you have the Reform Canadian Alliance type of conservatives that are out here in Alberta, and they tend to resemble the Republican Party a lot more. And for a long time, these two parties were two separate entities until Stephen Harper was able to mash them back together. And ever since then, it's been a rocky road. Which votes come first in Canada? They all come in at the same time. Nah, both aren't great. I'm sorry, guys. No, you don't like the dark theme. We'll have one dark and one light. Here, let's see if we can see any of our beauties in waiting. Nope, we have. Yeah, the PBC is not running a lot of candidates out in the Vern Berndal. That's a name. But yeah, the PPC are not running a lot of candidates out in the Atlantic provinces, which makes sense because if they're going to gain any seats, which I highly doubt tonight, they would gain them in a place like Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, one of the prairie provinces. But yeah, they all come in at the same time because they all start, counting the votes at the exact same time. And sometimes rural ridings can be decided faster because they have a little bit less votes, but everybody starts reporting at the exact same time. Okay, we'll put the dark theme back on then, guys. Yeah. Yeah, the color coding is, and also, right, this is reversed from the American election where the Republicans are red and the Democrats are blue, right? Whereas here the Conservatives are blue and the Liberals are red. And of course, this is actually the color scheme across virtually every Western democracy, that the left-leaning parties tend to be red and, the right-leaning parties are colored in blue. And, that makes sense, right? Because what color do you associate with left-wing political philosophy more than just about anything? It's red. So that always made sense to me. I never really understood why the Republicans were the Conservatives were the red crew and the left-leaning party was the blue crew. But, that's... America's just got to be different, right? They always got to be separating themselves and doing things differently from the rest of the world. Always got to be stuck with that imperial system where everyone is using the metric system. Yeah, that's right. And there's no set election date either. That's one of the more controversial powers that the Prime Minister has, which is, there we go, Liberal held. We're still just going here. See, all hold so far. But that's one of the more controversial powers of the Prime Minister, which is the ability to call elections. Um, no, right now I think that things are going as I think that things are going pretty much the same as in 2021. Though the Liberals have lost one seat so far in long range, but the rest of these have been conservative holds. Or sorry, this one was a conservative hold, and this one they could peel off this one too. So they might flip two seats in Newfoundland. But everywhere else, it seems like everything is holding steady. Yeah, exactly. Commie red is what everyone associates with the left. I'm sorry, guys. I can't remember what the hell I was yammering on about before I lost my train of thought. How many seats does it take to win? Is it 175 or 172? 172 to win a majority. It's very possible that the Liberals do not win a majority tonight. I think that they will end up with the most seats when everything is said and done, but it's very possible that they don't end up with a majority. But yeah, this could be, they could flip a couple seats here in Nova Scotia, though. This one they could flip here. This one's a con, held incumbent seat anyway. But they could flip Central Nova. This is a battle here down in southern Nova Scotia. The Conservatives have both these ridings, but they could lose one to the Liberals. So looks like when things shake out in the Atlantic provinces, the Conservatives will be doing a little bit better than they did in the last election, but I don't know if it'll be enough to win the most amount of seats. Yeah, it is cold in Alberta. Well, not right now. Right now it's beautiful. Right now we're finally getting a springtime. Um, I remember that we had a big snowstorm at the beginning of April, and my daughter's like, "Oh, it's snowing again! I can't believe it's snowing again." It's like, well, you got you were born in Canada, so get used to it. Yeah, let's see if we can see. It looks like the blocker actually now struggling in this seat here. What do we have? Only 20 polls reporting though, so this is nothing. This is nothing yet. Let's just see. And I think so far the only they just held another one, Fredericton. Yeah, if I see here, there have been no flips besides what was that? Long Beach. Is it called Long Range Mountains? Thinking of Victoria. There's Long Beach there. Yeah, snow does suck. Honestly, it's the worst part about living in this country is having to deal with the snow. Like I could ideally actually if it only snowed like December, January, that'd be great. But no, the snow is a lot more of the year. Of course, it depends on what country or what part of the country you're in. So, this is another would be conservative hold. So right now, it looks like the Conservatives are on track to pick up two or three seats in the Atlantic provinces, which would be pretty, it again is just indicating to me that we're probably going to see a Liberal minority government tonight. But if they do very well in Quebec, which they looks like they'll do better in Quebec than they did in 2021. No, no. Please feel free, and don't ever think that there's anything is like a newbie question or a stupid question. I love talking about this shit. It's part of the reason why we're all here today. So feel free to ask any and all your questions. And yes, Canada, I would say that usually about 50% of the time they do a coalition government. The one thing is that coalition governments are much more common here than they are in somewhere like the UK, where in the UK, generally you end up with a majority government. But it's much less common than in a lot of other European countries, like in France and Belgium and the Netherlands. They always end up with coalition governments. So, it's usually 50-50, whether there's a majority or a minority. Personally, I always prefer minority governments because it means that the parties actually have to work together to get something done. Like when you have a majority in the parliamentary system, like you're effectively a dictator for that 4 year term. All legislation has to come from the prime minister and his cabinet. Yeah, it's there's a lot. There's actually a lot more power centralized in the executive in a country like Canada. Although the United States is kind of going the other way, where their executive is trying to snatch up as much power as it can, but still, like the prime minister has a ton of power, a ton of power. Yeah, I think that he might actually want Pierre to lose. I think most of all, Trump really just hated Justin Trudeau, and it's kind of hard to blame the guy. Uh, I think he really just had like a personal like fuck you to Justin Trudeau, and ever since Mark Carney has become the prime minister, he's treated him with a lot more respect for whatever reason than Justin Trudeau, and ultimately, I do think that even if Pierre wins, like I honestly don't think he really gives a shit too much, rather who wins or who loses here. But it would he if Pierre won, I think that they probably would have been like, or at least Pierre would have tried to be like the best of friends with him and really cozy up to him. But well, I shouldn't say if he still definitely has the possibility to win. Nothing is said yet. Looks like within about 15 minutes, polls will start closing in the rest of the country, and yeah, yeah, exactly. I think he's probably looking to get, and that's what it seems like his obsession is with everything. It looks like he's trying to get the best deal that he can out of every country, quote unquote deal. Although I don't think he himself like expected the kind of backlash that not just Canada is giving him, but the rest of the world. Like I feel like he genuinely thought a lot of people would just come to the table and like roll over, but that's not what's happening. And even if like excuse me guys, Mark Carney wins, I think that they will have a better Trump and Carney will have a better relationship than Justin Trudeau and Trump did. Because yeah, I think there was a lot of personal animosity between the two guys. Okay, yeah, that's I was looking into the Australian system, and I think the Australian system is super interesting. And yeah, Xi is he's the happiest he's ever been right now because Trump kind of taking his bully stick and hitting a lot of his allies has given both the Chinese time to kind of reorient their economy to deal with a lot of the systemic issues that they have, and two has also given a lot of people like they're second guessing their relationship with the United States. Like, are these guys really a reliable partner? Can we really depend on them in either a business or economic sense? And all of a sudden, China is like looking a lot better than they did 5 years ago. That's for sure. Yeah, I think that both men were very egotistical people, and yeah, they definitely did not get along well at all. Whereas Carney's just kind of like, he's like this old technocratic guy. Um, that's he he kind of reminds me of like a more with it version of Joe Biden, almost like someone who is like Joe Biden, but their brain isn't melting down. And yeah, we're getting close here. We're getting close to when we're actually gonna get the rest of the results. Oh, the Libertarian Party of Canada. Yeah, you guys aren't going to get any seats. We have some wild parties here. Some really weird parties. Though Libertarian isn't, like, Canadian Libertarians are pretty mild by terms of libertarian standards. Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I think Joe should. If Joe should just fucking retire. Like he should have retired halfway through his term if he actually gave a shit about the country rather than his own ego and legacy. But he's managed to destroy both pretty much in his time. And I think, man, like, history is not going to be kind to Joe Biden, because he basically had the opportunity to really change the way the people thought about the system, and yeah, he didn't do it. He didn't. His whole goal was to make people believe in the American system again, and he failed at that miserably. Yeah, he should have just relaxed, eh? Yeah. But yeah, I don't think history is going to be very kind to him at all. Oh man, I'm just waiting here. I'm waiting for the rest of the results coming because we're on the precipice. We're on the precipice of the polls closing. We'll start seeing results in maybe 10 minutes now, and yeah, I'm trying to see if we have any beauties here. But we'll trust me, guys. When it comes to the beauties, we'll get them in Alberta. Yeah, we'll get those beauties in Alberta. When does Ontario come in? Yeah, like I said, we'll see in about the polls close there, and at it's 7:18 my time right now. They close at 7:30 my time, and we'll start seeing results very, very quickly. The one nice thing I really, what do you call Ontario for an American? Oh, that's a good Ontario. It's kind of like, it has a very similar culture to like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Detroit, that kind of area. Well, except the politics tend to be more left leaning than those states. But like, it's a culture, similar uh, climate. The people, they have a lot of common. So it's like it's not analogous to one state. It would be like analogous to like the Rust Belt kind of conglomerated together. Yeah, Ontario it's going to decide the entire election, and that makes a lot of other parts of the country upset. And yeah, that's the one thing. Like, there's no equivalent to Ontario because there's no state that has such an outsized influence on how the direction of the United States functions effectively. Yeah, healthy dose of Minnesota too. Just the rust. What's better? The rust. Say what's better than a belt? Like the rust suspenders. I don't know. Just rename the country the rust. Yeah, the rusty bucket. Ah, fuck. Industria. Not much. Well, I mean, there is still industrial parts of Ontario, right? They still do car manufacturing and train manufacturing. Then in Quebec, they do a lot of airplane manufacturing and stuff like that. The rusty bootstraps. Let's see, are still like not really giving us a lot of updates. A lot of these ridings now that we don't know the results in must be close. What does this one look like? Okay, this one still has a few more polls to report, but the Conservatives have been increasing their lead over time. And then here, this is what a Conservative hold. Yeah, okay. They haven't called this one because not enough polls have reported yet. Once we get more, I'm sure they're going to call that for Conservatives pretty quickly. Oh, they called. This is a Conservative hold. Next door, what do we got here? This one is close. This one they're going to wait. This one won't be called for a while, I think. It's very close. And then this one also very close, and this one, yeah. All of these ones that haven't been called yet are in a couple percentage points of one another. So yeah, a few close ridings, but right now, if I were the Conservatives, I'd be a little worried, seeing as how they're going to do in the rest of the country. The big thing here is that even if even if the Liberals lose a lot of, or lose some seats in other parts of the country, if they do as well as the polls indicate that they seem to be able to do in Quebec, they'll be able to pick up, or they'll be able to shed seats elsewhere if they pick up 20, 30 seats in Quebec. 23 extra seats on top of what they already have. Yeah, that's like I also mentioned, like the fact that Ontario does have such outsized influence. It's part of what fuels Western alienation and helps give rise to Western separatism. And until we actually have like a real fair, proportional representative system, there's no way that you can escape that effectively. It's it's a serious issue, I think, and especially if you're not from a Western province, it's kind of dismissed, by people out in the East. Yes, the map colors are reverted. Yep. So, like we were just saying, that usually left-wing parties are red and right-wing parties are blue, except in the United States where they just have to do everything differently. Oh, really? I didn't know that they used to switch the colors as well. That's interesting. Yep. Let's see what this guy looks like. Can I zoom in on this a little bit? Okay. Hopefully you guys can still see that. I'll have to wait until the yeah, I know, and that's part of the reason why, right? A huge percentage of the population lives in Ontario. I would say, yeah, you're pretty spot on, like 40%. Oh, you guys can't see that now. Maybe if we zoom it out just a touch, that'll be the perfect amount. Oh yeah, sorry. I was gonna say, I've been looking into the Australian electoral system, and honestly, I really like it. Especially because they not only have so my understanding is that for the lower house of representatives, like the House of Commons, like we're doing right now, they have it's like a ranked choice ballot system where you have to get over 50% to become the MP in your area. So over time, the smaller parties will be dropped off, and then their votes will go to their second choice alternatives. And then in the Senate is unlike Canada here. Our Senate's a total fucking joke. Being a Canadian senator is like the cushiest job on the planet, because you're just a rubber stamp. You go to Ottawa and collect a paycheck. Like there were scandals where senators were only there for like 1/3 of their allotted days, and they were still they were like vacationing in the Caribbean and still getting paid and shit like that. And yeah, you're appointed, no elections for the Senate, and yeah, it's just a rubber stamp for the lower house. Whereas my understanding in Australia, the Senate is actually powerful, and it's harder for a party to gain power in both the Senate and the lower house. Yeah, this first past the post system is such a joke. Oh, and another great thing about the Australian electoral system is, I think, compulsive voting. I think people should be compelled to vote. And so long as you have an option that is none of the above, or effectively, right? So you're not forced to endorse a politician if you don't want to. And I think as long as you had that option where if everyone's forced to vote, but you can vote for none of the above, that to me is like the perfect system, because then especially you can get a real measure of how unpopular the system is and the discontent of the system. I mean, the conservatives, interestingly enough, tried to make it so the Senate was elected. At least it's something that they threw out into the ether, but it just never happened. Yeah, I used to think that way. I used to think that way, but I think that forcing people to vote is at least forces them to think a little bit about the system and forces them to engage with the system. But yeah, one thing that they actually do in Alberta is that they have like Senate elections, but it's just like a recommendation that we send to the prime minister. It's like we recommend you appoint these senators, and of course, there's no obligation for the prime minister to actually listen to listen to what we're saying. So at least they're trying, I guess. They're trying to make it work. Okay, come on. All right, we are getting close to. Still, they haven't made any new calls or anything like that. Really? The block is leading in 2 ridings? Why does it say you're leading in 2 ridings? That's weird. Because I only see 1. Unless they did this weird thing where I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Like if we scroll down here, we have 2 incumbents, and it says here because of the new election boundaries, there are 2 incumbents marked in this riding. Like that's just ridiculous. So what's the best outcome? Yeah, I support the NDP. The best outcome is a liberal a minority where the NDP has enough seats to help dictate policy. That's what was in the last election, basically, that the Liberals and the NDP teamed up to form a majority government. And one of it was actually it was a terrible move for the NDP because they ended up getting tarnished with a lot of Justin Trudeau's stench, if you will, and they were seen as very tied to Justin Trudeau, and Jagmeet. I think he doesn't know how to politic very well. He's not a very good in terms of actually playing the game of politics. He knows how to say the right things, but when it comes to actually, being a politician, he kind of sucks. He kind of sucks. Yeah, I mean, people should care about how their government is run. At some point, they should have an input. Yeah, get the compulsive voting, and like I said, just so long as you're not forced to actually vote for a candidate, because then at that point it's basically like you're playing Russian roulette. Like if you're not an engaged voter and you're forced to vote, then you're just like marking a ballot at random. You may as well just close your eyes and like fill it in. Um, and you do technically always have the option to spoil your ballot, but I think a lot of people don't think about that. A lot of people don't know that spoiled ballots are still recorded in the overall tabulations. All right, here we go. Battle stations. We are getting ready, hopefully, to see some Ontario results just flood in. Right, I'm just hoping that this map is going to refresh, and we're just going to see a shit ton of ridings color in here. Because as much as I like Atlantic Canada, well, to be fair, I've never actually been to these Atlantic provinces. I have always wanted to visit Quebec and the Atlantic provinces, and especially, you guys can't see it, but here's something random for you guys. Well, they may have just doxed myself there. Then we have these little islands right here are actually part of France, and there we go. I hate but yeah, these two islands right here are actually part of France and part of the EU and owned by France. And I've always wanted to visit them, just so I can say that I've been to France. But one day. Oh, okay, we're getting some results. Well, we're getting some results here. I'm actually going to do a full refresh. I do think that the new administration is going to look towards revitalizing the Canadian military. That the one thing that I can, agree with Trump on is that our military is vastly underfunded. Our military needs a great deal of overhaul, especially if you're going to be talking about going toe to toe with the United States, which unfortunately I don't think like we could become like North Korea and spend 40% of our GDP on our military budget, and we couldn't defeat the United States in a conventional war. Where the United States would suffer is in the holding of the country, the aftermath, the guerrilla war. Because, I mean, they couldn't even hold Afghanistan. But when you're talking about trying to occupy and hold a country that's A, bigger than your own, C, the people look like you, or B, the people look like you, and C, they speak the same language, occupying this territory becomes a lot harder. It becomes a lot more difficult. So yeah, they could definitely take Canada, but I don't think they could ever hold it. But regardless, even if we're not gearing our military to fight the United States, it needs a massive overhaul. It needs a ton of money dumped into it. And our armed forces are definitely struggling right now. Who would I like to see as a new NDP leader? Personally, I want Charlie Angus to be the new leader. He is who I voted for in to be the leader over Jagmeet Singh back in the day, and he's like, is he? I don't know if he's actually running again. He might not be running again. Oh, let's see if I can find him. No, I think he retired this time. Yeah. Regardless, though, even if he retired, he could still be the leader of the NDP. He's like an old school, like socialist, and he's been an MP for a long time. Not only that, before he was a MP, he was in a band. He was like in a punk rock band. So super cool guy, and he's actually been doing like the podcast circuit, but not so much here in Canada. But anytime like any left leaning podcast or political show wants to bring on a Canadian MP or Canadian expert to talk about what's going on and the feeling of Canada, he gets picked a lot of the times. I see him on a lot of podcasts these days. So he's my number one choice to lead the NDP. And if not him, then I think that they might have to look to kind of someone outside the political, like in terms of the actual political realm. They need to look to someone who is in a nonprofit or has a high profile already and can inject new life into the party. Nikki Ashton, I think, is a little bit too, she doesn't have the experience quite yet to be the leader. Defense Scheme 1, yeah. Yeah, Charlie's a cool dude, man. All right, now we're finally getting some actual results here. Although, again, not much, right? Let's look at some of these. We have one poll, literally one poll reporting. So yeah. But yeah, that's the one thing, like, because America, it makes sense in a very sort of broad geopolitical perspective for America to kind of abandon Europe and let Europe take care of its own defensive needs while it pivots to dealing with China, which is, definitely the real rising strategic threat. But they wanted to do it in a way where the Europeans would still have, what's the word I'm looking for? Or they would still buy like American missiles, American planes, American military equipment. But now it's looking like that they are going to pivot towards their own self-defense, but instead they're going to do it themselves and spend, money developing their own equipment and their own military industrial complex, which leaves America out of a lot of money. They just left a lot of money on the table. Yeah, it's like a polling station, exactly. Like, any area where someone can go and vote, in your riding, that's a poll. But yeah, we're getting some results here. Let's look, see if we can see any beautiful. Let's like go to our global map, see if we can see any beauties up here. Where's Bow Valley? Bow River, I mean. This is like one of the strongest conservative conservative areas in the entire country. Man, they don't even have a liberal. They don't even have a picture for the liberal candidate. That's how uninspired they think that the liberals are going to do in this area. Whoopsie. Oh, boo, boo. PPC is so unprepared that they don't even have pictures for their own candidates. Let's see if we go to Edmonton, some of my own Edmonton ridings, where I have met. Oh, they got one. They got one. But this was the actual. I think this was the serious looking guy, the only one that actually looked like he was there to be a politician. So they definitely put their best foot forward. They put their best foot forward for the PPC. That's Blake Desjardins is the incumbent MP here. Well, we'll see as more results come in. We'll always be keeping an eye out here. Yeah, because like you're gonna see like a lot of these big open ridings, just like in the United States, they go conservative, or conservative. They vote Republican. So a lot of these, you're gonna see a lot of blue, especially out here, and even in some of these big provinces, or sorry, these big ridings out in provinces like Ontario and although the northern, who owns this riding? It used to be NDP riding for a long time. Okay, it's a block riding. Yeah, that's interesting that they do well in these big rural ridings. Does this let me focus votes by region? It does not. That is very annoying, because I would like to be able to dissect it on a regional basis. Let's give this a big old refresh. Yeah, Northern Ontario is, or has been, this one here is an NDP riding, and they used to have a lot of these ridings right in Northern Ontario, but not anymore. And that's been one of the most depressing missteps, I think, that particularly the NDP and a lot of left-wing parties have made, which is just completely abandoning and writing off rural voters. I think rural voters are very winnable, but you just have to know how to talk their language. And, the rural areas of Saskatchewan, of Alberta, of Manitoba used to be dominated, especially Saskatchewan, used to be dominated by left-wing parties, 40, 50 years ago. But over time that has changed. And I think it's quite depressing. Oh, maybe I can actually. Well, we actually have NDP leading in one riding. It's good, with one poll reporting. That is it's a good poll so far. 27 votes. Still no picture. All right. If we go up to our, we still see a Liberal lead in terms of raw votes and seats, but it's very, very early. We are just seeing polls open up, so it's going to take some time before things actually settle. Wow. Look at that. 84%. The 10 polls are like, yep, this one's done. This one's done. And this was part of the reason why the Conservatives would win the popular vote in the last elections and not the seat vote, is because they would run up huge margins in seats like this. 84%. But yeah, it doesn't matter if you do like 88 or 85% if you're rounding up. Um, yeah, it doesn't matter if you score 85% of the vote in one riding and win, and then the Liberals score 40% in a riding and win. It's still one seat, right? Effectively. Yeah, that's Saskatchewan is definitely, yeah, but they're not like, I don't know if Arkansas, whatever, whichever one of those it wouldn't be Midwestern, mid Central states produces a lot of wheat. That is the equivalent of Saskatchewan, because Saskatchewan is a wheat growing, farming province, and they also produce a lot of what's called potash, and that's a major component in steel manufacture, as well as they also produce uranium there. So they have a lot of good natural resources. Oh my God, what is happening here? In Leduc, you have the NDP winning in Leduc. That is crazy. I don't think that's going to hold. But Leduc is like it's like a small town west, or excuse me, not west, small town south of Edmonton. And it's like a big oil area. There's a lot of oil companies and industrial companies that set up shop out here in Leduc. And it's a pretty conservative place. So I don't think that is going to hold, but that's it's pretty interesting. Is Alberta anything like Texas? I definitely think it is. It's definitely less conservative than Texas, because even though this is the most conservative leaning province in the country, they'll always do, like, U.S. polling firms will always do, and Canadian polling firms will do polls on Canadian provinces to see which candidate they would vote for. And even Alberta would always vote Democrat. They vote Democrat by the least, but it's still like, between 65 to 70% Democratic vote. So it definitely has a lot. I mean, I've never actually been to Texas, but it has similar aesthetics. Lots of prairies. Lots of cattle, like ranchers and cowboys and stuff like that. There's a lot of people in the rural areas that really embrace that kind of aesthetic. So I think it's not 100% comparison, but it's fair enough. But yeah, I don't know if you'd say that, like, that has been consistent forever, that all provinces, including Alberta, would vote for the Democratic candidate in an election, at least, and by a sizable margin. Even here, like, Trump is not that popular. I've met plenty of people that are Trump fans, but they're definitely not the majority at all, and yeah, not even close, I would say. Man, Block are doing well so far. Yeah, because, like, especially near, like, the BC border, it feels very like Colorado, right? Lots of mountains and skiing resorts and stuff like that. And then once you get out of the mountains and into the rest of the province, it's just flat plains. No, he's not very popular in any part of Canada, but it is true here he is the most popular. Like, they did a poll recently that if the Liberals would win, about 30% of Albertans say they would vote to join the United States. That's a higher number than I personally thought it was going to be, but that's still nowhere near enough to actually make it happen. All right, time for the next beer. Yeah, it is pretty silly. You know, my big thing is if Trump wanted to make the United States part of Canada, not only would they bring in, the equivalent of however many electoral college votes California gets, that would assumedly go to the Democrats. They would also become instantly like the biggest state, and that is if you leave the whole country as one state, and if you break up all the provinces into like separate states, that raises more issues because then you are creating like an influx of Democratic senators, right? Like every Canadian province gets two senators. Then all of a sudden you've added like 20 plus Democratic leaning senators, which would greatly throw off the balance in the United States. With the French guy, will he be in a coalition with any party? He will if he wants to. In fact, that's probably what he wants the most, is to be in a coalition with another party, because then he actually has power in the rest of the country, right? He doesn't just have power over Quebec policy. He actually has the power to enforce Quebec's will, if you will, um, on the rest of the country. So especially like he would join up with the Liberals, I think, if the Liberals made him a sweet enough deal, and that would be that if you want to stoke Western separation and Western alienation, that is going to definitely do that. That is definitely going to make a lot of people out west extremely angry if the Liberals and Bloc end up forming a coalition. I do think that there's more want and more appeal to join something like the European Union, because they're not seen as giving up as much sovereignty. Plus, I think it'd be pretty dope if my passport would allow me to live and work anywhere in Europe. Right? It's like now, all of a sudden I got an EU kind of passport, and I decide, fuck this place. I'm gonna go be a digital nomad out in Portugal. I can go do that. So that is appealing to me on a personal level. Um, so I do think that there is some appetite for it. It's certainly, I think, if we were to do a poll of all of Canada, and it's like you have to choose one, join the United States or join the EU, I think the EU would win sizably. So let's go up. Let's see our raw vote. Oh, we've got a couple more. Do we have any flips, though? No flips. All holds so far. And we do see the Conservatives gaining a little bit of momentum as more votes are coming in. But they're still, 11 points behind. And it's very frustrating to me. Let's see if the Globe and Mail, or excuse me, this is Global News, more rather, will let me break this down by region, because I am very interested to see who is going to win on a region by region, or how people are doing, more rather, on a region by region basis. But it is not giving me that. Oh, we still only have one poll out. We only have one poll reporting out in Leduc. But again, that's very interesting. I would be shocked if Mike Lake loses here. He's been the incumbent MP for the area for quite some time. I even know people, because I actually do maintain conservative friends and friends outside my political values, that I know people who've worked for Mike Lake, and actually they say he's kind of self-absorbed, but he's still well liked enough that he would, I think, be able to win that riding pretty comfortably. Yeah. If the bloc generally is a left wing. They're like a left wing nationalist party. They're a weird group. They're a weird bunch, that's for sure. But they tend, Quebec in general tends to be more left leaning than the rest of Canada, and as such, their party which represents them on a federal level is left leaning as well. If you guys, the previous leader before Yves Francois Blanchet, the leader of the bloc, the previous guy, Gilles Duceppe, actually used to be a member of the Canadian Communist Party before he became the bloc leader. So yeah, they have some left wing DNA in them, that's for sure. I'm sure, actually, yeah, Elections Canada might break it down. We'll start to look into that once we get more results coming in, because yeah, we're just getting the preliminaries here, and we don't know anything meaningful yet. I don't. I mean, I think that there, and I just kind of mentioned this. I think there's probably maybe like a 10 to 20% chance that Canada would join the EU. I don't think that it's. I don't think that it's impossible, but it's certainly improbable. Oh shit! They do have region by region. If I scroll down, thank you for that. Oh, nice, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, this is interesting because if the Conservatives do win in Ontario, that is going to be a big, big boon for them. Although fascinating, even though the Liberals are behind by a point, they are still leading in terms of the actual raw seat count. So we'll have to see how that develops. And yeah, like I said, it's all going to come down to this province. In Quebec, the Liberals are doing well. In addition, the Bloc is doing better than we thought. The Quebec and the Conservatives haven't really gained any ground. The polls here had the Liberals at about 40 to 45%, but the Bloc and Quebec, or the Bloc and the Conservatives were tied for second place, each at about 25%. So this actually would be worse for the Liberals because this will allow the Bloc to gain more seats, whereas if there was a tighter race between the Bloc and the Conservatives, Liberals could squeak up through the middle in a lot more ridings. Let's see how things are in Alberta. 65% Conservative so far. it's looking as it's normally going to look. And over in Saskatchewan, wow, 82%, 83% Conservatives. That's just ridiculous. Again, I do think that is going to diminish throughout the night, but yeah, that's very typical of those provinces. Yeah, that's right. They also don't like anyone who isn't willing to come, the Bloc that isn't willing to come to Quebec and learn French and be French and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's not saying the percentage of how many votes are in yet. But again, if we click around here, we can see that it's still pretty early on. You know, this is five polls, one, one. But we still don't have a lot of Toronto. And that is where a lot of this election is going to be decided. In these two big cities, Toronto and Montreal, they equate to about 25% of the entire seats in the House of Commons. And it's a pretty outsized number. It's a pretty big number. So these two cities have a lot of driving power when it comes to deciding who the government is going to be. And we're still waiting to see on a lot of data from them. So I imagine that once we get more of these Toronto numbers, we're going to see the Liberals creep up. But again, this is very early on, very preliminary. There is absolutely nothing decided as of yet. And this vote share is remaining steady, but I especially think that as we get more of these results coming out of the prairies, we're going to see a lot of Conservative votes coming in, and their raw numbers are going to go up. But still, the prediction markets are saying Carney. Yeah, and I think that that is it's a solid bet. I am not a betting man, and that's one of the differences between me and my brother. Mitch is a big time. He's a gambler. He's a risk taker, and I am not at all. um, so I am not the kind of guy to bet on politics, although sometimes I think I should. Um, I my political track record is a lot better if you don't count the United States, because I guessed the last three uh, elections in the United States wrong. I thought that Hillary was going to win in 2016. I thought Trump was going to be reelected in 2020, and I thought Kamala was going to win in 2024. So I've gotten it wrong three times in a row. But when it comes to my own country, and also other countries, I do a lot better. And yeah, that's the thing, is that until we have these cities reporting, we're not going to know anything until we get a clear picture from them. Let's see some of they went down slightly. Still at 82%. What is this one? 58%. Okay. A little bit less of a decisive victory here. They called one seat in Calgary here, huh? Okay. Oh, Michelle Rempel. Yeah, she's a long time conservative MP. She's been around the block. That one. Let's get a picture of Michelle. She's like one of those. She looks like she could be like one of those Fox News hosts, like the blonde. Yeah, there she is. So yeah, she's. Do we got any? Nope, don't get any People's Party candidates here. Let's see if we can find some beauties. I'm so disappointed in the People's Party of Canada for not putting pictures of their candidates. Boo. Boo. Sherwood Park and Fort Saskatchewan. That should be a solid. Why aren't you bringing it to me? Ah, fuck you. That should be a solid conservative riding. Mitch is not politically involved like me. He is not. He doesn't care about politics at all. He's like, his profession. He's like a trades guy, right? And he's just completely uninterested in politics. He's a welder by trade. Yeah, I mean, Kamala, I think, was a lot better candidate than people give her credit for. But she started off her campaign so well. And one of the things, like, I feel like Mark Carney is kind of like Kamala Harris in the sense that he is leading a party that was unpopular and they're trying to shore up popularity by changing the leader. And one thing that Mark Carney has done that Kamala didn't do is completely distance himself from Justin Trudeau. Doesn't mention Justin Trudeau, and whenever Justin Trudeau is brought up, all he says is, I'm not Justin, and I'm not going to govern like him. And, he was able to put enough distance between him and the previous regime to make him seem like not an incumbent, to make him seem like a different guy. And, he was constantly talking about how we do things differently from Justin Trudeau, whereas Kamala Harris was like, I'm going to do the exact same thing as Joe Biden. It's like, you realize how unpopular he was. So it's kind of like not that, it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's not that surprising that she lost. Let's see if we can get some of the leaders' ridings because, let's go back to the CBC here, because they are actually running close together. Yeah, the Conservatives need to be flipping seats, right? They need to be flipping seats to win this election. You know, I don't think I'm the black sheep in the family. Um, and I bet you if he asked Mitch, he would think he's the black sheep too. So, or he would think that he's the black sheep, but I don't think either of us are really. Okay. Sorry, I was going to look at something. Yes, I wanted to look at Carlton. I want to see if we have any information. No, we do not have any information on Pierre's riding. And I believe which riding is Carney in here. Okay, yeah, he's right next door. I think that's very interesting. You don't really see stuff like this where you have the leaders running right next to each other. Oh, we actually have some BC results. Okay, that's true because we will be getting BC. I just looked at the time here. BC just closed their polls, so we are going to be now getting results from the westernmost province, my old stomping grounds. I've always wanted to run a political campaign, but I just know that I am too radical to really win for a mainstream party at least. Maybe I will one of these days run as like a joke party, like just run as a joke candidate. Like what was that guy in the UK? God, uh, Doctor Binhead or something like that, or pretending to be an alien with a bin on his head. just and he would always run in the leaders' ridings because in Britain they do this thing where when they decide who the candidate who's going to be to win, everybody comes up and stands on the stage. So you see like Boris Johnson standing there with a guy with a fucking garbage can on his head in the background. Yeah, the Grey Party is losing out. They're losing out big time. they're getting destroyed. Lord Buckethead. Lord, yeah. Oh, man. Let's go. We still, like, there still has only been literally one flip this entire night. And that has been Long Mountain here. Long Range Mountains and Nova Scotia, Newfoundland. And we're still seeing a pretty sizable gap in the voting share between the Liberals and Conservatives. Oh, Orange is taking over. They're taking over all the rural parts. This is Nikki's seat, right? Yeah, this is Nikki's seat. Interesting that she is in there's only 5 polls reporting, but a close race with the Liberals here. I hope she retains her seat. I really do. 3 polls out of Leduc. I wonder why Mike is doing so poorly. Not that I'm complaining. Do we have anything here in Edmonton yet? In my stomping grounds, I won't tell you which riding I'm in. I don't want to dox myself too much here. Yeah, we don't have. We do have a couple new ridings here, I believe, right? Because Alberta gained, what was it? I think it was 4 seats in the last distribution. So we've got a bunch of new ridings to contend with. Oh, we do have one out of Edmonton Riverbend here. Liberals opening up an early lead here, but still nothing. Fuck you, fucking CBC map. But still, way too early to make any kind of major predictions. And yeah, the thing that we're really looking for again is those flips. Seats getting flipped from one party to another, and right now there hasn't been many. Let's check out our actual regional breakdowns here. See now that we got some results here. Liberals pulling ahead in Ontario. And this is what the polls were kind of predicting for Ontario is Liberals ahead by 5 points. We'll see if that maintains. Let's see how things are in Quebec. Quebec, the Bloc is actually doing way better, outperforming the polls by a huge margin right now. And yeah, that's actually not good for the Liberals because that vastly decreases the chance that they're going to get a majority government if the Bloc continues to do well. Yeah, there you go. Vermin Supreme. He's another great joke candidate. I would run as a Vermin Supreme type of candidate. There's another flip to Liberals just a few moments ago. Let's see here. Oh, I went back here. Let's go all the way forward. Hold, hold, hold. Oh, here we go. We do have a flip here. This is South Shore. Is that the Nova Scotia riding? Yes, that is the Nova Scotia riding. So the Conservatives have been able to pick up one in, or sorry, the Liberals have been able to pick up one in the Atlantic provinces, which means that right now it's the same. It's the same seat count. The Conservatives have gained one. The Liberals have gained one. So not a whole lot of movement there, but we do now have two flips officially. Yeah, and well, like I said before, that Doug Ford totally left Pierre out in the wind, right? He just abandoned him, let him do his own thing, and there is this weird phenomenon in Canadian politics where Ontario always votes the opposite of whatever provincial government is in power. So they have the Conservatives in power provincially. The curse would show, if the curse holds true, they're going to vote for the Liberals federally. And every time the Liberals hold provincial government in Ontario, they end up voting Conservative federally. It's a super weird phenomenon. And we do have another. There's no way. There's no way that the NDP will win out here in Battle River Crowfoot, excuse me, not Crawfoot. What the fuck am I talking about? But yeah, that is very strange. Those are some very strange initial results, but I don't expect them to hold. Only 5 still out here. All right. Oh, the NDP do hold none of it. No, it's seeming like it's very much a 2021 election right now. But I'll be interested to see where we have some substantial flips, if we have them anywhere. Yeah, I think it's just teasing us. I don't think that there are a couple ridings in Alberta which they are set to win. Edmonton, Strathcona. I've met Heather several times. A person, she's great politician, great person. Um, Edmonton, Strathcona is the most left-leaning part of the entire province of Alberta. Right down there, that's like the southern parts of downtown, and that's like they have a section called White Avenue, and that's where they have like all the pride parades, like all the sidewalks are painted in pride colors and stuff like that. They have what's called the Fringe Festival in that area, where like all these artsy fartsy people come together and they have like street performances in the summer. It's a pretty cool place. Plus, they have a giant antique store there that I like to go to see if I can find anything interesting. And they also have a chance to win up here in Edmonton Griesba. They currently hold they're the incumbents there, and Kerry Diot, he used to have the seat, so he's running it again. I don't think he's particularly well liked in the region, but we'll see if he's able to get it back. But this guy, Patrick Lennox, he is known very well in this area, so he has a real chance of winning or flipping it to the Liberals, so we'll see there. But yeah, those are the two seats in Alberta that the NDP have a real chance of winning. In Saskatchewan, I don't think they're going to win anywhere. Um, it would be really interesting if the Liberals were able to pick up a seat in either the major cities in Saskatchewan, that's Saskatoon or Regina. If they have any chance of winning, it's going to be there. Although up here, what is going on up here? Okay. Oh, they do have. It is a Liberal incumbent. Oh shit! I forgot about that. Yeah, it is a Liberal incumbent here. Oh, so they might actually take the North. No, the NDP won't win in any ridings in Calgary. They usually don't do very well in Calgary. The Liberals might pick up uh, a seat. I think they have. Yeah, they do have one seat here. Calgary, McKnight, and it is very possible that they hold on to that seat, but the NDP don't really have a chance at Calgary. It's a lot more of a right leaning area of the province than Edmonton is. They call it Redmonton sometimes because it's kind of a, even though that's over exaggeration, but in terms of Alberta, it's definitely to the left. Oh, Singh's riding. Let's see. He is out in Burnaby. We don't have any. He's in Burnaby, right? Yeah, Burnaby North, or is it Central? Yeah, Burnaby Central. So we don't have any data coming out of Burnaby right now. So, we'll see. That's definitely one that a lot of people are looking at. And, in terms of BC politics, like Vancouver here, it's actually kind of split. It's split three ways because in the north part, this is where like a lot. Oh, this is yeah, like in the north and west. Usually the Conservatives do well here, but they actually have a lot of incumbent Liberal MPs. And then in kind of the center of Vancouver, the NDP tends to do better because that's like the poor parts of Vancouver, like Vancouver East. That's where East Hastings is, and East Hastings is kind of like an infamous rough area of the city. And then in the south, the Liberals tend to do better because that is where like there's a huge amount of like Chinese immigrants that come to this section of Vancouver, and they all seem to vote Liberal for whatever reason. But usually, like the parts where the Conservatives do well is in the north. But that last time they didn't do that well. I forgot about that. And then, of course, in the rural areas of the province, they do much, much better. And they do much, much better in the north and the eastern rural sections. Okay, well, no, the thing about Jagmeet's writing is that he used to be like the deputy leader for the Ontario NDP, and he's originally an Ontario boy, and he was parachuted into BC. So you're right, he kind of has always had a more tenuous grasp on the riding because he's seen as kind of an outsider. So I do think he's pretty vulnerable and has a real chance he could lose his seat. Okay, let's see. Let's do another little check-in here. Excuse me. Why am I... There we go. Still about the same. Still about the same. Let's go to Quebec. Still about the same. Not too much. We do have... Let's see if we have any... We do just have people holding. Sorry, I hope you guys aren't going to be able to hear the water. There's, my wife is putting the kids to bed, and she's obviously going to bathe them. So, fortunately, down here, like the water, makes a bunch of noise as it comes down through the pipes. But hopefully, there won't be too much of an issue for too long. Yeah, I know. I feel like he should have stayed out in Ontario. Not like I'm like, get out of my province, you bastard, or anything like that. I always kind of don't like parachute candidates. I think that a candidate should come. They don't have to be from the exact riding, right, that they're running in, but they should be at least from the area and have a pretty, sizable amount of roots in that area. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the East Hastings is it's a rough area, and yeah, there are a lot of drugs out there. There's a lot of homeless people, and they kind of, especially at night, man. I remember one time, and this was like 15 years ago. I just went to see. There's a very famous like club or concert venue called the Rickshaw down in East Hastings, and I just went and saw a concert with a buddy of mine, and he's like totally plastered drunk, and I'm still pretty sober, and we're like out in East Hastings, and I'm like, dude, you got to get your shit together. There's like all these like homeless people. They're gonna come and get us. Like you got to get your shit together. But fortunately, I was able to get him back to his hotel room. But yeah, it's a pretty rough area. And yeah, the Ontario NDP really do need help. Amazingly, in the last election, they lost like 20 or no, they lost like 10% of the vote, and the Liberals beat them by like a full like 10 percentage points, and the NDP still ended up coming in second place. They ended up holding on to a lot of their incumbent seats, and that's pretty funny. But yeah, they definitely need a turnaround. I don't even remember who the leader is. They used to have Andrea Hayworth, who was the leader for a long time, but I think she stepped down finally because, one thing that the NDP will do in comparison to other parties is that they will actually let their leaders run multiple elections and actually kind of learn the job a little bit. But she had kind of run enough elections that her time was up, and I think the same thing is going to happen to Jagmeet. And the thing about like a leader like Jack Layton is that every time he ran an election, he grew the party's seat share, bit by bit by bit, until he was able to make them the official opposition. Whereas Jagmeet has managed to decrease the party's vote share bit by bit by bit, and to the point where they might not even be official status. They might not even get official status. Let's see if we can. Okay, all polls are closed in Canada's election. That's great. Thank you for that. Let's see if we can now find some find some beauties. See what's going on in Red Deer. Boo, boo. They don't have pictures for a lot of the yeah, there we go. Battle River now back to leaning conservative. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, they're back to leading conservative. How many polls are still just 3 here out in Leduc? I don't think that lead is going to hold. In the Riverbend here. Oh, okay. This is guy. I wish they would have had. I remember this guy too. God damn! I wish they would have had his picture. Because this guy was one of the Discord mod looking motherfuckers. I remember his name too. Out in Edmonton West. No, they won't. They won't let me. The PPC is not sending their best. They're not sending their best. I can tell you that much. Wow, look at this. Well, this is only one poll reporting, and they already have. It's like a 3-way tie. every party is separated by literally one vote. Apparently, it only lets me see. Oh my God, are they already declaring it? They're already declaring it. They're already calling it a liberal government. That is fucking fast. That is crazy fast. Uh-oh. CBC has decided that it's just going to fucking crap out on me. Maybe they have too many people refreshing at the same time. Maybe they are actually sending their best. Man, yeah, that is a fast declaration of government. Yeah, that is way faster than I thought we were going to see. Obviously, we're going to keep the stream going probably for at least another hour, maybe hour and a half. But yeah, that is a very quick call. I especially want to know if we're looking at a liberal majority or minority before we even think about calling this. But yeah, I know, eh? BBC, the BC didn't even get to fucking really cast their vote. I mean, we're getting some coming in now, right? We're getting some coming in, but they close half an hour later than the rest of the country, so they close last. And yeah, at least all the polls have been closed for 22 minutes in BC, so at least everybody got to vote before they knew who won. Oh wow, they just totally crapped out completely. They just fucking gave up. They're like, fuck this shit. You want to know who's winning? No, no, you're not gonna. Oh my god, no. We're having the Russians are hacking the election right now, guys. Everyone's back to zero. It's yeah, it's. I mean, I think that they're probably right in assessing that it's going to be, liberals are going to get the most amount of seats. What the fuck is happening here, guys? Yeah, the Russians have decided that they didn't like the trajectory of the election, so they're just shutting it all down. Oh, okay, we got the map back. We got the map back. Yeah, stop the count. But yeah, okay, we're back. We're back. We actually have some numbers now. But the CBC has just decided that it doesn't want to play ball anymore. They've completely given up. But yeah, I think that the conservatives are getting to the point where they might have to start conceding that they aren't going to get the most amount of seats. Especially now we can see it like opening up here in Toronto where, there's a lot of seats. Yeah. Yeah. Well, does this give me no, it just gives me riding by riding. One area I'm interested to see how I was going to vote is I used to live out here in Abbotsford. Well, now they split it into two ridings. And right here, or is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. This is an interesting riding because this guy here, Mike de Jong, used to be the provincial MLA for the area, and he tried to run as a conservative, and the conservatives said, no, fuck you. This guy here, Sukhman Gill, is going to be the guy who runs. And all of like the conservative apparatchiks in the area have decided that Mike de Jong is going to be the one that they endorse. So that one I'm very interested to see if that actually ends up making any difference, or if the people will just stay as they are, right? If they'll just vote conservative based on momentum, or whatever you want to say, out of habit. CBC not playing ball. I wish they would give me more of yeah, everyone's going to the website at the same time. Sorry, which one are you saying is not right wing enough, or too right wing? Sorry. Oh, Mike de Jong. I think he's just a pretty generic conservative. Like he's not like, he's not like crazy or anything. He's just like a generic, suit and tie conservative, if you will. I think that they probably put in Sukhman because that area in particular is, there's a lot of Indo-Canadians who live out there, so they might be thinking like they'll come together and vote for, someone who's one of their own. But that could definitely be what's going on there. Oh, we finally lost Leduc. Finally lost it. Mike Lake leading by 27 votes now. Well, it was a nice dream while it lasted. Oh no, this is not good. I really hope that Nikki holds on to her. They don't even have a picture for the Liberal. Okay, there's still only 15 polls reporting. Yeah, probably everyone is flooding the CBC because they made a call, and they're all wanting to see. I'm going to see if we can get, if this decides to play ball, basically. I'm going to see if we can get maybe some news coverage, listen to some of the talking heads yap on about what's happening. Yeah, it was too good to be true. Who's running in? This used to be Nathan Cullen's riding. He was a good guy. Oh, it is an NDP incumbent riding. Okay. Let's see if I can, we'll just watch it here, see if I can get access to the CBC another way. Let's see if we can, again, listen to some coverage here. Oh, we can get to the CBC's actual site here. The main site. Man, they started their stream 7 hours ago. They are really beating me to the punch. But then again, like, what the hell do you guys talk about for 7 hours? Like, whoa, 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 whoa. And they're all screaming at me. They generally lean more, I would think they lean establishment. They lean very much to the establishment of whatever, whatever's happening in the country, and that tends to be I think that they're not necessarily left-leaning biased, but they're very liberal biased. And I remember back when the NDP was the official opposition. They would always cover what the Liberal candidates said in comparison to the NDP candidates, even though the NDP were the official opposition. So that told me that, the CBC is establishment biased. And usually the Liberals are kind of seen as the natural governing party of Canada, as you would say. Okay, let's see here. Let's turn this down a little bit. Let's make sure you guys can hear it. Test. Okay, no, you guys can't hear it. Can you?
Really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there.
Okay, I think you guys can hear it now, right?
Those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult
Rosie
night,
Barton's
but
still
at least
doing this
his
stuff.
own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet.
Woo!
Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying
Way to
the
go,
evening
Yves.
so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you, the vote is changing. It is close still in many, many ridings across the country, and that is why we are waiting to tell you whether you have a minority or majority government. Rafi Boudjikanian, I can see you there. Yves-François Blanchet has been elected. We have Decision Desk has projected him elected, but not a strong evening so far for the Bloc Québécois. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I
It
mean,
is not, and you'll forgive me. I was just turning
they're
around
doing
to
better
check
than the
with regard to
polls
who they were
indicated.
cheering there. There have been a lot of cheers for people you'd expect to get reelected, like Yves-François Blanchet and a couple of others, like Alexis Brunel-Duceppe, you know, like a
She is
stalwart
the
of the
face of
party.
the liberal
But
bias. She literally said once,
this
I remember
is
watching
not
her,
the
that she
results they're
votes for
looking
the liberals.
23 seats.
One of the
I
faces,
mean,
yeah.
That's kind of a number where if the Liberals get a majority, that's not a great night for the Bloc Québécois. They're trying to cheer up here. They're trying to be, you know, enthusiastic. They did have one major win. We were talking about Gaspésie earlier. Well, they won that riding. Radio-Canada announced that they project a win for Alexis Deschênes, that star candidate, who would be taking that riding from Diane Le Boutillier, a Liberal who has been there for a while, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers here when that happened. So that was
Hey,
one
I'm
that's a take
gonna-
from the Liberals, so that's a real reason for them to be happy, but for the rest of it, I
My
mean,
source
they're really
is
just
that I
sort of
made
trying
it
to
the
hold
fuck
on to
up.
hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions about, you know, how did your campaign go and what
Still
do you think
can't get
of
the
Blanchet's
CBC map.
messages, and they're just sort of trying to hold on to hope at this point.
Okay, Rafi Bouchikanian, thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can show a bit of how the vote share in Quebec changed. Let me know when we can go to that. But I'll go to Chantal, I think, if I can. Yves-François Blanchet.
Yeah,
this is
exactly,
his
right?
election,
They
if
will
I'm not
shut down
mistaken.
anything.
Yeah.
Yes, and he probably
They'll shut down anything that's anti-liberal, effectively.
is fate to what
The NDP.
could be happening to the NDP.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to...
Okay, we'll let these guys marinate for a little bit, and we'll check back in maybe 5-10 minutes. I really wanted to get... Oh, phew, we got the map back. We actually got her back. The one nice thing about the CBC map is that they tend to update a lot faster than other outlets. Because I'm pretty sure that other outlets base a lot of their results on the CBC. Yeah, I never watch. I almost never watch. I never actually watch like cable news in terms of like, you know, these kind of like talking heads or whatever. Very, very rarely. But yeah, I usually get my news from also, I mean, I usually end up reading it online, to be quite honest. That's my number one source is online reading, and then a whole bunch of different places, you know, like podcasts. And I don't like listening. I don't like going to Reddit for news, but I think Reddit is great for kind of what is happening in various cities and various areas. I like to go peruse the Reddit forums just to see, you know, what people are saying. Is this Mike? Oh, this is Mike. Mike is my boy. He came in and won this riding out of nowhere last time. And do we get to see Mike here? Where's wonder if I got a... He's in Kitchener, right? Kitchener Center. So you get Mike here. Mike's a beauty. But yeah, he just won out of nowhere. And last time, and I really hope he wins again because I don't know what it is. I like his face. He seems like a nice guy. Seems like a good guy. Oh, it looks like we might be getting a speech here.
Tonight, David Cochran.
Yeah, you know, Rosie, I'm...
Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to hear. I like to tune in. I'm going to try and tune in when we actually start to get some of the leader speeches and get sort of a taste about what everybody's saying. And then go from there. Now what I want to do is, now that we've had some more results here, is I want to see if we can see what the regional breakdowns look like. Looking here in Ontario. Conservatives are picking up a little bit of steam here in Ontario, but the Liberals are leading in 70 seats right now in comparison to the Conservatives' 43. It's a pretty big gap there. Quebec. What are you doing, Quebec? Liberals slowly losing steam throughout the night, but the Bloc have enough, or sorry, the Liberals have more than enough seats really to show that they've had a very good night in Quebec. The Bloc have been kind of knocked down a little bit. They've lost a few seats, but it's not like a devastating show for them by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to be, they're probably going to be just fine. Let's see if we go to, I want to see Pierre's riding. Pierre, how are you doing? Because they just declared Mark as the winner in, fuck, I have to look it up. I hate trying to look at these ridings without actual geographic without geographic features to tell me where they are. Okay. Man, they don't even have any polls reporting out of Pierre's riding. And like I said, they let, which one did Carney run in? Yeah. Nepean. But yeah, it looks like he's going to win that one handily. He's winning by 70%. But yeah, very interesting. I would say that they definitely, I don't know if they won bigly, but they have won for sure. I think that it's safe to say that they are going to be the government at the end of the day. But whether or not it's a majority or a minority is still very much up for debate. And given, though, that they are doing better in Quebec than they did last time, it seems like they are on track for a majority government. Let's see if they have any flips here. Still all holds. Hold. Yeah. This is like a really weird election. There's just not a lot of change in terms of seats. Let's see how things are headed over in my hometown. Conservatives doing well, as you would expect. Oh, let's see what things in Bow River. 83%, but David. David's cleaning up. Medicine Hat, 83%. Lethbridge, 63%. Foothills, 73%. 83%. This is just, yeah, these are some pretty wild numbers. 81%. I'm wanting to see which one is like the ultimate one, that has the largest conservative threshold. What is that going to be? 73, 84, 81. Yeah, it looks like that around that 84, 85% is the highest that they're going to be able to get. But yeah, we don't know a lot of the key ridings here in terms of like some of the key ridings for the leaders, but yeah, it's looking like a good night for the Liberals overall. No, there's no 90% from the cons, it looks like. But yeah, I do hope that it's a minority. I don't want the Liberals to gain another majority government. I would not be enthusiastic about that. I do want them to have some checks, some bounces, so they don't run roughshod over everything. We still don't know any results out of Jagmeet's riding here. All right, guys, I'm going to turn on the yappers for a sec. I got to run and use the bathroom here real quick. Oh, hey, buddy. You're in late. It's going well if you're a Liberal supporter. All the PP supporters, I don't know if you guys saw that on some of my electoral videos. I got swarmed by a lot of like conservative bots and stuff like that, and they were like, "No, you're wrong. Pierre's gonna clean up on election day. The conservatives are doing so well. Blah blah blah." Well, where are you guys now? You're nowhere. Anyway, I got to use the bathroom here real quick, so I'm going to turn on the CBC here, give you something to listen to while I'm gone.
The NDP, almost 16 percentage points. And in some of the ridings, you can see the impact of that. Let's take a look at Kelowna. Kelowna is really interesting because if you look at what happened to the NDP support there, at least as of right now, it was 18% in 2021. It's down to 2.7%. And it seems to be going to both the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals right now in the lead, the incumbent in second place. Let's take a look at Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna. There, the NDP support has gone from 18.9 percentage points to 5.5. Now, super early, but still interesting to note and to keep an eye on. And now Richmond East Steveston, this is another riding that kind of shows what's happened to the NDP support. It's gone from 19% in 2021 to 3.7%. Both the Liberals and Conservatives up. It looks like the Conservatives in Richmond East Steveston might be benefiting more from that drop in NDP support than the Liberals are. But throughout British Columbia, we said this hours ago. I mean, maybe it was yesterday, I'm not sure. But anyway, hours ago.
We haven't been here since yesterday, to be fair. Yeah, I know.
Anyway, what would happen to NDP support? Would it drop? It seems to be doing that in British Columbia and in a province where the Liberals and Conservatives are so competitive in so many ridings. Who will benefit the most from that? Still very much in flux, but they both seem to be benefiting.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let's get another part of that story, and that's to look at whether a majority is still
okay.
possible.
Just seeing if I missed anything.
Make a firm call on what kind of government Canada has chosen.
Bot farms
so here
last.
you go again.
I don't know if the bot farms are USDA funded. At least if they were, I don't think that they would be supporting Pierre. But yeah.
And they have gain 9, and they are still under 6, not quite reaching a majority so far with those numbers. But let me give you another little piece of information that is relevant as we think about whether this is going to be a majority government, and that is that there are 44 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. And in 24 of those, the Liberals are...
Okay, that's enough of that. But yeah, I mean, bot farms are a serious issue, man. Like, they're so easy to set up. Like, anyone can easily set one up in a small matter of time, especially with tools like AI and using automated workflows and stuff like that. You can just set it up, spend a couple hours setting it up, and then hit a button, and then off it goes. You don't need to do anything. Yeah, this is a really bad night for the NDP. Just as we, unfortunately the polls predicted. Let's see if we can. We'll do. I'm afraid to refresh it fully. I'm afraid it's gonna blow up. But yeah, this is bad. They're really bad, man. This is less than 5% in the polls is terrible. It's a terrible night. And yeah, Jagmeet's got to go. At this point, I think there's no question about that. Yeah. So it seemed like, from what I gathered from old Rosie there, the Liberals are, they've gained 9 seats in total, and that would be enough, I think, to put them over the majority threshold. But yeah, CBC News projects a Liberal government. Yeah, exactly. And we were talking. We have another Canadian, or not a Canadian. We have another Australian who is listening. Who listens to the show, and he's in the Discord and stuff like that, and follows along. And he was telling me that it's kind of a similar story to what's happening in Canada, where the right-leaning parties, the Liberal National Coalition or whatever the hell it's called, was on track to beat out Labour. But because, Donald Trump started popping off and has made everybody question the future of the United States and what if they're reliable allies and all that good stuff, it looks like that Labour will do well in the election. And that's in a couple days, right? What is that? That'll be on Friday. So end of this week. Don't think I'm going to have a live stream for that one because I don't know enough about... Australian politics, I think, to fill up an entire live stream of content. That being said, I do want to do a Comradecast episode where I look over what happened both in Canada and Australia and do kind of like a post-mortem of everything. Yeah, I'm shocked. Maybe this is because of the gigantic, like look at this, guys, 91 candidates on this ballot. So yeah, they have to fold this gigantic piece of paper. Maybe that's why it's taking so long to know whether or not, Pierre is going to maintain his riding. Apparently, there were some internal polls that were showing that he was in a dicey spot. I don't really believe that. I think he'll probably hold on to his seat pretty comfortably. But man, if he loses his own seat on top of losing this election, it will be a disaster for him. It'll be a total disaster. I'm interested to see if we have any liberal pickups in some of these in some of the cities here in the prairies. One thing that if the Liberals are able to at least pick up a couple seats in every single province, at least 1 or 2 seats, it will show at least that they are a national party, and it might do a little bit to kind of subside feelings of Western separatism. Yeah, I really am interested to know what Danielle Smith is thinking right now. I'm wondering what she is thinking about whether or not what she's going to do after the results of this election. Yeah, they have to run. They have to be able to run a candidate that is able to gain broad support. And I'm very interested to see, if Carney ends up with a majority government, what things are going to look like in the next election. Because he is really being given a historic mandate in the sense that I don't think that there's been 4 consecutive terms of a Liberal government ever. And, he fucks this up, man. I think that the story here for a lot of people is that they're voting for the man, not the party, right? They're voting because they see Mark Carney as like a competent, stable politician to be able to lead Canada into the future, not because they love the Liberal Party or anything like that. And if he does a bad job, right, it could be a disaster for the Liberals. Man, the Liberals are doing better in Calgary right now than they are in Edmonton. Riverbend, Tim Uppal. Okay, yeah, Tim Uppal is very popular, but then again, this is only one poll reporting. Yeah, we still don't have anything for Edmonton, Strathcona. Oh, fuck. I hate this CBC map. I hate you. Just stop doing that to me, please. Edmonton, Griesba. Wow, how many? Just one poll here. Okay. Still not a lot. Oh, yeah, this is the one where everyone is divided by one single vote. Yeah, he's just smoking. Yeah, he's just reefing on on his legalized weed that he brought in for this. Basically his only real achievement. Yeah, he's just smoking and watching the results come in. Okay. Yeah, and that is the one thing, like, because, Donald Trump, even though he just started popping off again recently, but he kind of shut up for a good couple weeks there. And the thing is, though, while he didn't dominate the campaign as much as he did at the start of it, it's one of those things that people always have in the back of their minds, that Donald Trump is an ever-looming threat. And a lot of people here do not see the United States as reliable partners, as reliable allies. A lot of people think that they are going to turn against Canada, given the opportunity. and because of that, they're going to be looking for, as you said, other trade partners, other allies. And one of the things, like way back in the day, because left-wing people are generally more trade protectionist, or have been in the past, and that's something that Donald Trump has changed in the at least in the American electoral system, where bringing a right-wing party to a trade protectionist type of viewpoint. One of the things that I remember back when NAFTA was being negotiated, it was the NDP who was against NAFTA and was against free trade. And the argument they used was that because this agreement would, if this agreement came into place, it would tie us way too close to the United States economically. And in case we have a scenario like we're having right now, it basically means that, yeah, we could be very vulnerable to a president who decides that they want to change the relationship between Canada and the United States. And I hope that it's going to be a big wake-up call. We'll see what ends up happening. That, one, we need to decrease intertrade provincial barriers, and we need to increase trade with other countries and other partners. And unfortunately, that is not a task that can be done overnight. It's a task that will take quite a bit of time. Did they... I think that this crashed again. I think that we crashed... I wonder if these are two different, because, yeah, we have what? 132... Yeah, this is fucked, eh? I was wondering why. I felt like we were behind here, of course, yeah. Too many people trying to check it out. Let's go to the globe here. Let's see if we can get any interesting pieces of data. Because, yeah, okay. Finally, we're starting to get some. Now we got some polls out of Edmonton, Strathcona. And, wow, interesting. What is this? 8 polls reporting. It's very shocking the Conservatives are even anywhere close in that riding. Definitely not good for the NDP. Moving over here, do we have anything? Oh, well, yeah, finally we have one poll in in Carleton in Pierre's riding, and he's losing the first poll. But again, the first poll doesn't really mean anything. Because, yeah, the one thing I really wish the Globe had is, I really wish that they would have, like the CBC had, like at the top here, we would see ridings that are flipped or ridings that are called. Okay, cool. This is good, though. This is interesting. So, yeah, we have, wow, the NDP down 12, Bloc down 10, Conservatives up 13, Liberals up 9. Close races. Here we go. Actually, this is good. Parties changing. Awesome. That's awesome. Okay, let's check out some of these. It doesn't say who they changed from, though. Why? Why would you do that? Like, why? Fuck. Oh, man. But I think that... Yeah, that must have been North Brampton. They must have picked up from the Liberals. Or Brampton South, I think. Oh, no! Did Mike go down? No, Mike. I don't want to see you lose, Mike. Okay, it's not over yet for Mike. He's in a tight race. It's a tight 3-way race, a battle for his political life. Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's tied. That's why. Wow, literally tied. let's see, in Abbotsford South. I'm interested to see. Okay, Mike is doing well. He is as an independent so far. He's opened up a solid and steady lead, so we might actually see an independent politician. It's pretty rare to get independence in this country, but it does happen. Okay, yeah, let's check out Jagmeet's riding. No, the Liberal Party does not have the same type of... Oh, we have him losing right now. Ooh, well, I mean, this is what, 3 polls reporting, but yeah, he's opened up to not the best spot. Let's see, yeah, I don't really want to listen to these talking heads. What I would like is if we've got any discussion or any leader speeches happening right now. We're at 9 o'clock. Yeah, Mike's down, but he ain't out. Yeah. But yeah, there's still a ton. Like over here, man, they still haven't called this riding. This was one of the first ridings of the entire evening that we were looking at. There are 5 polls left, and holy smokes, is this a close riding? This is a close race. Let's check on... yeah, man, look at that. That's just a collapse of the NDP vote, really. I want to see the very close races by 1%. That's in Nova Scotia. That's in New Brunswick. Shefford. Oh, that's in Quebec. But yeah, there are still a lot of close ridings to be called. And it seems like that is going to really decide whether or not we have a Liberal or majority or minority. Do we have anyone calling it yet? Not in terms of it's going to be the majority or minority. We just know that they're going to form government most likely. And we finally have, it looks like we finally have results from every single riding now. The Grey Party is dead. They've died. They died a horrific death. And now we are seeing a much more colorful map. I doubt he said anything right now. No, we're still not. Yeah, okay, we get it. You project the minority government, or sorry, a government, but not a majority or minority. If Liberals doing well in a couple Calgary seats, man, the Conservatives have been able to worm their way back into doing very well in a lot of the cities in Saskatchewan. How are they doing in this northern? Well, it looks like Buckley here is going to do. He's going to be able to at least maintain this northern riding, and Nikki Ashton also struggling. Unfortunately, really struggling. Yeah, this is some high-profile members are looking like... Oh, never mind. There are a few ridings that still have not started to report out in British Columbia. Yeah, that's... I don't think... Canadians are very enthusiastic about the prospect of voting for Trump. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Trump presidency has been a disaster way beyond my wildest expectations. You know, I like to be a pretty optimistic guy, and, you know, I thought that we were going to see maybe a similar Trump to his first term, you know, when it came to, like, the deportations, like, you know, I thought he was just going to round up a few, you know, really bad guys And no, instead he's like, we're going to arrest Americans. We're going to arrest children. We're going to arrest people who have legal orders to not be deported to the country that we're deporting them to. It's insanity. It's crazy. But yeah, he's been way more unhinged. And like I especially didn't see coming into the second Trump term, like this saber rattling with Canada. Like I always felt that he was going to go after China. China would be his big number one enemy. But right now it's like he hasn't even bothered. Well, he has. He's put tariffs on China and whatnot. But most of his political energy has been spent riling up his allies rather than, aiming his ire at actual enemies of the United States, because Canada is not an enemy of the United States. But at the rate things are going, it very well could be. Oof. Pierre not opening up to a strong lead yet. Still. Still struggling. We do have the percentage of the vote. It is narrowing now. This is much more in line with what we saw from the polls here. Usually a 2 to 3 point Liberal lead. And, that's kind of being shaken out. The Conservatives are closing the gap bit by bit. But that's probably going to end up with the Liberals winning the popular vote this time. Oh, okay. Actually, you know what? We can kind of do that. We can kind of do that here.
AK-47s
Sorry about that, everyone. I blasted your eardrums with that. Hopefully that didn't cause anybody to go deaf. Yeah, and you know what? I don't want to re-enter the States right now. I don't want my wife to re-enter the States right now, because who knows what will happen, right? Even though she's an American citizen, and our kids, both of which hold Canadian and American passports, like, that's not enough anymore. Apparently that's not enough. So I am not going to be heading down to the United States anytime soon. Let's see if we can get you that. So we can't get, doesn't go back as far to the tariff conversation as I would like. Here we go. Okay, here we go. We got a much better visualization. So as you can see, Trump wins in, what was it? Yeah, I think it was the 4th. But yeah, Trump wins. And initially, it looked like that wouldn't change the polls very much. And then Trudeau resigns. And still things don't look like that they're going to change very much. And then right here, I remember him starting to talk about tariffs in, February. And at that point, it's just a slow decline and slow rise until Mark Carney becomes the leader of the Liberal Party, and then he's able to basically completely reverse their political fortunes. So yeah, it's a pretty wild swing. The fact of the matter is, I've been following politics all my life, and I have never seen a swing so rapid and so of such magnitude as we see right here in front of us. This is wild. So yeah, it's the Liberal Party was absolutely dead in the water until Trump opened his mouth. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, they got a huge buff after the Trump update. Oh, nice. Well, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Grandpa. I hope you're enjoying this riveting discussion about Canadian politics, as well as I blast your eardrums with the Mexican Hat song. One of my favorite story about that song. You know, I can't remember exactly what it is. If it's the dancing hat, I just call it the Mexican hat song. Is there was it was I can't remember if it was a Formula One driver. I think it was a Formula One driver. It was like back in the '60s, and he went over to Europe. He ended up winning, the race under the guise of Mexico, and they didn't know what the Mexican national anthem was, so they played that song for him instead as he was getting his trophy. And then ever since then, he said that he always carried with him a copy of the Mexican national anthem so it could be played. Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't want to take my kids right now anywhere near the United States because immigration and customs enforcement is basically acting like they are completely and utterly above the law, and it's really scary, man. It's genuinely unlike anything we've ever seen in American politics. It would be nice if we got our own like AMLO or Scheinbaum. They're both. They both like left wing populists that are actually left wing populists. All right, let's see if we can. Still no decision. Although the Conservatives are slowly creeping back up here. They are actually looks like they're going to gain a considerable amount of seats. Wow, look at this. They're now at a gain of 20 seats. That's pretty sizable. That's pretty sizable. Whoa. So the Conservatives are doing, it looks like they're doing better, at least in terms of the seat count, than was prophesized. But unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough to get them over the hump here. I think that it's going to be, I don't think that they have a chance of winning the most seats. But right now, I thought that a Liberal majority was kind of in the bag, but it's looking actually less likely as we move forward. Especially because now, we have all, except for, a handful of seats out in BC here. What's this one? Oh, Calgary Skyview. Yeah, we have all the seats starting to report. So we're not going to see, much. We're not going to see, big swings in these numbers or anything like that. But as these leanings start to turn into actual elected seats, we are going to see just how strong the Liberal government ends up being. Yeah, Greens with 2, because now they're out here in, Vancouver Island here is one of the most left-leaning spots in the entire province, and here Sandwich Gulf Islands. This is former and I guess co-leader of the Green Party, Elizabeth May's seat, and she's held this seat as an incumbent for quite some time. She's held it for a while, so if the Greens are going to win anywhere, that's a pretty safe seat for them. Oh, let's go see how Jag's doing in Burnaby. Burnaby Central. Only 4 polls reporting, so we still don't really know, but he is still behind in his seat by a considerable margin. Now are things over in Strathcona. Even Heather's not doing very good. But then again, we still have a lot of polls to come in here. Trump is going to be a Mark. Trump is going to become a Mark Carney transvestigator. Yes, that's definitely. That's You know, because that's what you want to be spending your time and brain cells doing, isn't it? You want to be spending it trying to figure out whether or not someone is trans. That's a valuable use of your time. Yeah, Charlie, we need you. We need you to come back to the NDP. We need you to reverse this course. Let's pop in with the CBC now. Let's see. Oh, good. We got a seat change.
And what is happening with the bloc vote? You can see there the vast majority of the benefit there is going to the Liberals with that one Conservative seat. But some of this is less tentative now. We're going to look at 3 examples of projected elected seats, and they're all pretty interesting, starting with LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Of course, we talked about earlier that famous by-election where the Bloc got into that Liberal stronghold. Well, no more. Claude Gay, projected elected in LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Let's move over to Chateauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara lost by 12 votes last time around. This time, it is Liberal star candidate Nathalie Provost who is projected elected in that seat. And finally, in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, the Bloc incumbent Désilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now
Investigated Dolly
that
Parton,
really
man.
tells the story
Again,
about
just
what's happening
really
back the
like
block down,
fabulous use of your
and the
time.
Liberals
That's what you want to be
up
spending
there,
your energy doing.
which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here?
It's starting to feel like they might have jumped the gun here with the Liberal government.
Farani?
Well, I just think
Ray Farani put his hand up, so I should have known that's where we were going next.
Is that guy's name
Rosie, I think what's
Beefaroni?
important is that sort of understanding sort of the optimism and the aspirational component of the election, right? You talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right?
Yeah, I don't
Going
think
into
anyone
riding
gives a
versus
shit
Saskatchewan,
about
Destiny tonight, working on
Columbus Day.
that French language debate, showing that optimism that we could maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling, and I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw, as the campaign rollout happened with the advertising, for example, he was front and center on almost everything. And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of being resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the prime minister 10 years ago. So I think.
So I just want to interject here and mention that this guy does not know how to tie a tie. Just so you know, he's doing the half Windsor. As you can see, one thing that Donald Trump and I share in common is that I always do the full Windsor when I tie my tie because I think it looks much better. And I also, when I would tie with a half Windsor, I can never make it symmetrical. It always leans over to one side. But you do the full Windsor, you get this real nice symmetrical triangle knot. And it just looks way better. So tune in for the next live stream for more male fashion tips and male style suggestions.
Rest of his life,
Well, and if people thought he was going to run as a high-minded technocrat, I think we found he was very much a political animal. And
yes.
He's been after this job for years. He was quite capable of being economical with the truth, quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation. You know, he could play the game for good or ill.
Well, he also got good just at talking to people and doing rallies. And well, Theo, you were out with him for a while.
He got a lot better. Like the first 2 weeks of the campaign, the difference between the last two is just astronomical. Like he has really fine-tuned his skills as a politician, as a public speaker. I don't want to.
Yeah, what can I say? I like ties. I think ties. And trains, trains are cool. It's hard to deny, that trains are awesome. But I've always appreciated a good tie and a man who knows how to tie a tie well.
Of the Conservative Party feel that Pierre Poilievre is the person that is going to make them wealthier and reduce crime and get rid of the homeless on the streets. And I do feel that there has been a lot of projection of aspirations on political leaders in this election.
And that can be dangerous. Obviously, Prime Minister Carney started with lower expectations, but I think what's really quite amazing is that learning curve and how quickly he adapts and how quickly he could pivot from being a leading banker in two different.
Well, personally, I would not consider myself to be on the spectrum. I don't think that, that is where I fall. But, I do I think you just have just because you have an interest in something, right, doesn't mean that you're autistic. Though I worry that my son might be, because he is just obsessed with cars, like totally obsessed and enthralled with cars. He's only 2 years old, and he always collects all the cars that he can. Loves to spin the tires, loves to drag them along the floor, and he doesn't want to play with any other toys. Doesn't want to play with anything else. He just loves cars. Yeah, I don't think that I am myself autistic, but to be fair, I've never had a test done, so I do not know for sure. This map still not working. Oh wait, never mind. Fake news. It is working. I was like sitting here wondering why we aren't getting a whole lot of updates from the CBC, and yeah, that's because it had crashed. That's fair, yeah. If a 2-year-old boy wasn't obsessed with cars. But then again, I, as a kid, never was a car guy. I was like a Lego guy. Maybe that just reinforces the whole autism theory. But yeah, I always liked playing with Legos. And then, of course, evolved into like computers and video games and stuff like that pretty early on. All right. Now that we actually got this thing working... Oh man, Jagmeet is falling behind, but still only 5 polls reporting. But now he's in 3rd place in his own riding. That's rough. That's a rough place to be. Oh my God, we have the NDP actually elected in a riding, in a Quebec riding in the middle of this is Montreal, in the middle of Montreal. So good job, hooray! We have the first elected NDP MP in Quebec. I'm interested to see if they did kind of jump the gun here, because I don't think that the Conservatives will be able to make up this 10-seat difference here, but they are doing better than was predicted, at least in terms of the seat count. Their vote share is almost exactly between the two parties where the polls predicted, and the polls actually overestimated the NDP vote. Greens at 1%, People's Party at 0.8%. That's rough. Yeah, that's rough. Let's see if we go over to Carleton. We now have 5 still polls reporting, and Pierre is behind. He's behind 8 ball. Yeah, I don't have that much hours in EU. I have about 1,700 hours in Hearts of Iron 4. That's my Paradox game of choice. I guess that's true. We don't need to take it. If you've got 1,700 hours in Hearts of Iron 4, good chance you might be autistic. There might be a small chance. Looks like they've called for the Conservatives virtually every single Alberta riding, except for in the 2 major cities. And in the major cities, they've also called across Saskatchewan. They've called it pretty much for the Conservatives as well. But again, this is all to be very expected. At least Heather is taking... she's able to move ahead in Edmonton, Strathcona. The one guy I really want to win here is Blake up in Edmonton, Griesba. He's a really... I'll be sad to see him go, because he's a really good guy and a solid MP. But things aren't looking so good for him right now. Kerry Diot will be reelected. And then moving over to, let's see, this one I'm looking at, as we've mentioned before. Mike DeYoung is falling behind, so it doesn't look like he'll be able to actually overcome being snubbed by the Conservative establishment. And Mike, how's my boy Mike doing? Oh no, Mike, he's falling behind. He's falling behind. I believe in you, Mike. I believe. It's not over yet, but yeah, I'll be sad. I'll be really sad. He'll be the second one that I'll be sad to see go. And yeah, they still, let's see here, they still have not called this one here at the beginning of the night. We have only, they managed to increase it by 1 poll. Still 4 polls waiting to be reported. And the Liberals have regained their lead here in Central Nova. And the Conservatives are holding on by the skin of their teeth. It's surprising that there's still a few seats in Atlantic Canada that haven't been decided yet. But yeah, we're getting calls here in a lot of provinces. Things are starting to heat up pretty bigly. Whoa, look at this. Conservatives are slowly but surely gaining seats here. I wonder if they will actually end up reversing this call. Probably not, but man, they are nipping at the heels. But yeah, it'll depend on a couple of key ridings here. Now, the only one we don't have any results for is North Vancouver Capilano. Ooh, let's while I'm sitting here yammering. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to be a minority, I think. Definitely looking like a minority. But yeah, I want to check in with Ontario here. Okay, wow, we do actually have a pretty big narrowing of the vote here in Ontario. And the Conservatives are clawing back. They're clawing back a lot of these seats here. Now it's actually almost even, a dead even heat. Where the Liberals are doing well and better than expected is in Quebec. The Bloc are down considerably, and doing well in Quebec has allowed them to shed seats elsewhere. But yeah, things are tightening up big time. And give me back Ontario here. Yeah. Let's see how many votes are left to be reported in Toronto. Well, we still have lots of polls not yet reported in Toronto. The Conservatives are definitely doing better here than it seemed before. And there are a ton of close races. Very interesting, very interesting. But yeah, as the night is going on, things are looking better for the Conservatives, and it's going to be looking much tighter than we initially thought. Let's see if we can. I don't really want to listen to these people. I want to listen to more if we have like some leaders come and speak about what they're going to do and what's happening. But yeah, it's don't tell me you shit the bed again. Don't tell me you shit the bed again, CBC. I'm going to think that you did. Interesting. Let's refresh Global here, because Global has the Liberals winning by still 10 seats. And yeah, the CBC shit the bed again. They died again. And yeah, that's a sad day for them. So right now, yeah, we have a Conservative up by 20 seats. Yeah, it is definitely, I think, at this point, going to be a minority, liberal minority. And, there are still enough seats not called yet that the Conservatives have a outside the chance probability of winning the most seats. It's pretty low, but it's not impossible. But yeah, I think that Jagmeet will. It's looking really bad for Jag. Looking really rough for Jag. 8 votes, eh? 8 vote difference. Man, yeah, Jag is struggling. Only 12 polls reporting, but he's in a distant third. That's rough. Yeah, that's a real indictment against him and against the party. Well, okay, we actually do have Edmonton Centre. So I'm pissed off. Oh no, he didn't run in this city. Where did he end up running? Because but yeah, so I'm pissed off because the mayor of Edmonton stepped down to run in one of the ridings here as a Liberal MP, but I can't remember which fucking riding he decided he was going to run in. What, Edmonton South? Yes, it is Edmonton Southeast. There he is. Amarjeet Sohi. He was the mayor of Edmonton. Another guy that I've met before. And the one thing that I liked about him as a politician that I felt differentiated him was he really gave off an air of humility and humbleness that you really don't see in politicians a lot of the time. Although, yeah, a lot of people didn't like him for mayor. I thought he did a pretty good job. But, yeah, so he basically stepped down to run as a Liberal candidate here in Edmonton. And don't know if that was the best move for him because right now he's losing. Edmonton Centre is a former Liberal seat, and the Liberals are running a very close race right now for Edmonton Centre. But the original guy was he was one of those politicians that got embroiled in a lot of scandals and was pretty clearly corrupt. So he basically was forced out. So the Conservatives might end up picking that seat up. But it's a very close race. Heather continues to gain steam in Edmonton Strathcona. So it looks like she will end up retaining that seat, but there's still a lot of time left. Edmonton Griesbach, where we have NDP incumbent. Yeah, it looks like, wow, geez, got 50% of the vote. That is sizable for Kerry Diot. Yeah, we have these very close jockeying back and forth for, seeing who's going to end up picking the most amount of seats up and by how much. Yeah, this actually is going to be longer than I thought it was going to be. I thought we would have a much more definitive answer, but we still have time left before things are all decided. Yeah, if he gets third in his own seat, it's gonna be a disaster scenario for him. 10 polls reporting. This might take a while to learn the results in, but Pierre is losing his seat pretty handily. Strangely enough, he's behind by 20 points right now. But then again, there's still a lot of time for him, so that one's definitely not decided yet. Wow, the Conservatives are... Oh, he's only leading by 78 votes. Yeah, I don't think that he's actually... Oh, no, he's not. Okay, sorry. I thought the Conservative was an incumbent. I didn't think there was any Conservative incumbents in Montreal. But he might end up winning here. There's still a lot of polls left to be reported. For some reason, they haven't declared this one on the Globe, even though they declared it on the CBC. Speaking of which, let's see if this is still blown up. Oh, we have a...
And I guess we're on there too. So Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you.
I do, and there's a lot of people in the room watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. And with me is David Lametti, the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney and has been providing informal advice to him throughout his campaign. Mr. Lametti, can you just talk about how you're feeling seeing the results come in, especially a projection for the first seat in Saskatchewan?
Look, I'm really happy that Mark Carney will continue to be Prime Minister of Canada. I think that's critical. I'm really happy that in the riding I used to represent, Claude Gay has won that riding back for the Liberal Party. And I'm glad that Buckley Bélanger has won a seat in Saskatchewan. I think that's critically important for the government's credibility to be able to have support in all regions of the country.
Woke
so I'm
AF.
really pleased about
Her
that.
shirt.
Obviously, there are a lot of close
That's
races
funny.
that we would want to see the end of. Hopefully our numbers will go up a little bit when the advanced polls come in Ontario and other places. But look,
What?
if you had asked me in December,
That is shocking that they haven't counted the advanced polls yet. And the reason is because, according to Elections Canada, they're supposed to count the advanced polls. They're supposed to count the advanced polls, 1 to 2 hours before they count the actual results. So we should have the advanced polls already in the tallies. But I guess they're saying that no, they're not in the tallies
see
yet.
what happens.
And again, and I always say this, and I recommend, regardless of wherever you are, if you are in a democratic system, you should always, always, always vote in advance. Don't stand in line for hours like a pleb. Go and vote in advance. You will thank me when, unlike this time though, advanced polling took forever. It was 45 minutes. And I also brought my kids. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I wanted to bring my daughter, and I was like, uh-oh. Oh, sick. Just got a couple platoons of reinforcements here from the wife. So thank you very much, Jasmine. But anyway, I didn't know what the hell I was thinking, because I brought the kids to the polling place. I wanted my daughter to see it and to see what the democratic process was like. And it didn't take me long. I was fourth in line. But yeah, I don't know what I was thinking there. It took me 45 minutes to do the whole thing. But thankfully, they were very well behaved. And my daughter's a social butterfly, so she was like saying hello to everybody in line and like having a grand old time, meeting everybody, asking everybody their names. A democracy sausage. I do know that the whole they're calling Edmonton Griesbach. That sucks. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I know that the whole sausage sizzle is a big thing from Bluey. Again, that's my. Hey, look, they got actual PPC candidates. You can actually see their faces. So, yeah, from Bluey, I know that the whole sausage cooking thing, it's a big deal down in Australia. Yeah, everything I know about Australia I've learned from Bluey, so take that for what it's worth. Advanced voting, I don't usually do mail-in ballots. I've only done it once because I was going to be out of the country for the election. But usually I wouldn't say do mail-in. I mean, you can if you want to. I don't know what it is. I just don't trust. I don't trust it as much as me actually going to a place, because advanced voting, like you still go to the area, right? And you still vote. But you just do it obviously before election day. You don't have to mail anything in. You still actually go and line up in an actual physical polling place. So yeah, it's I like it because it avoids the lines on election day, and it just is so much nicer. Wow, look at this. We have in Carleton, Pierre is falling behind by a lot. He's not doing very well. But then again, only 12 polls reporting. That's still there's still a lot of runway there. But that's a pretty sizable deficit he's going to have to recover. Oh wow, we do have these final numbers really flip-flopping back and forth. Now the Conservatives, the Liberals are at 160. let's look at our. So yeah, oh man, down negative 15 seats. Oh, it's brutal, brutal. Yeah, we have these last like really close races. They're probably going to flip back and forth, but we're slowly getting closer and closer to the point where we are going to know who's going to end up, if the Liberals will end up squeaking by with a majority, or if they're still going to be stuck at a minority government. Yeah, oh man, no. I won't tell you which riding I am, but it just went conservative. So, yeah, it's what I figured. I figured we would end up with a conservative MP again. So, not exactly shocking to me. Interesting that in Kelowna, the Liberals are winning. Usually, that's a pretty safe conservative seat. How many polls do we have reporting? 53, and a pretty sizable lead for the Liberals. That's definitely an interesting result in my book. Let's check on Jag now with 20 polls reporting. Oof, that's rough. He is just losing more and more ground. That is definitely not a spot you want to be in. Let's see how they're doing, the NDP, in some of these leaning ridings. Close one here for North Island, Powell River. Courtney Albany, excuse me. Looks like the NDP are probably going to hold it. Yeah, this one here is a close one as well. Cowichan on the island is. I'm shocked that the Conservatives are doing anywhere close, because this is again a very, left-leaning part of the country, and yeah, it looks like the Liberals are going to win in parts of Victoria too. Yeah, because you can see the NDP were the incumbents in just about all of these ridings here, except for Saanich Gulf Islands. So yeah, that's again, if they're losing on the island, that's really not good. You see Nikki Ashton still struggling. Up in Nunavut, it looks like though the NDP are doing well. They're gonna hold Nunavut. Oh wow, the Bloc is going down in the north here in that northern rural Quebec riding. They were doing pretty well. The Bloc was doing pretty well, but now they have lost ground. Oh, and now we see the seats are ticking back up for the Liberals, where things were looking a lot closer. Again, these really close ridings. Oh, they just called the northern riding for Saskatchewan. That's, they're just holding on to what they already held. Regina, do the Liberals have any chance in any of these ridings? No, Conservatives are going to win these ones pretty handily. In Manitoba, looks like the outside of the northern section and the cities, though, the Conservatives aren't doing that well. Were these all, I just want to check, are these all Liberal incumbents here? Because Winnipeg generally tends to be a pretty, okay, yeah, these are all Liberal incumbents. They tend to be pretty Liberal areas. It looks like they may pick up Winnipeg West here from the Conservatives, but that's still yet to be decided. Man, they still could have enough. The NDP and Liberals could still have enough to form if the seat count remains as is, the Liberals and NDP and the Greens could come together and form a majority government. That would be a fascinating coalition. That would be. I wouldn't mind bringing the Greens into that coalition at all. Let's see how our boy Mike is doing. Mike is fighting. It's not over yet. He's only behind by 200 votes. He's fighting hard. Anyway, sorry, let's check in. I'll see what you guys are saying. Oh, here's Christina Freeland. What the hell does she say?
Totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback, and I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as Prime Minister that he is totally up to the job, and he has been a remarkable campaigner. So this is a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a...
So yeah, I actually really like Jagmeet. I don't understand. I also kind of don't understand the hatred for him, at least on a personal level. I can get the hatred for him because he's not a very good politician and he's not the best leader of the party. But he seems like a really stand-up guy, and again, he knows how to say the right things. His issue is mainly that he can't read the room, right? And I think he thinks himself a little bit too big for the party. He thinks himself as he thinks he's bigger than the NDP, and that doesn't work, especially for left-wing parties, which is in contrast to the Liberals and all of their campaign messaging. Like, their party was not, their leader was not very prominently featured in a lot of their election material, right? You can see all of these goofballs holding the Christina Freeland signs, like this guy. This guy here with the glasses, you could just see him just kind of nodding vaguely in the background with his bow tie. Also, pro male fashion tip, bow ties are hideous. I hate bow ties, and if you wear a bow tie, I automatically respect you less. So sorry for bow tie lovers. I just cannot stand them. But yeah, as you can see with all these goofballs holding these signs, Mark Carney is nowhere to be seen in terms of the Liberal messaging, right? They kind of like put him in the background, which is interesting because he is one of the things that, or he probably led the Liberals to victory in this election. Like, his name and his, just being different than Justin Trudeau is probably what really really helped him win. And the Liberal brand is kind of not so hot in most of the country. But Mark Carney's brand is a lot hotter. Yeah, that's exactly the way I'd say Jag. He's a stand-up guy, but not a great leader. I think bow ties look good in a Frenchman in a French suit. Okay, all right, yeah, but it's very niche. It's such a niche, clothing item, right? And as I've said before, I really like ties. I think ties are great, and I long for the old, 1920s, 1930s era where everyone was wearing a tie. It didn't matter if you were like a hobo going to work on like some sort of rock crushing line. You still wore a suit tie, no matter what. And yeah, I miss those days. But maybe I'll bring him back. I'm trying to bring him back. Yeah, it's hard, really hard to pull off a bow tie. Really, really struggles to pull off a bow tie. Does Jagmeet wear a bow tie? No. He usually looks good. He usually wears a nice suit, and tie, color matched, and he always has like a turban that will complement whatever suit he's wearing. So yeah, I really appreciate Jag's fashion sense. I will say that. But oh wow, that's interesting that the vote share is definitely, actually, the Conservatives might end up coming ahead in the vote share after all. They might end up winning the popular vote for a third time in a row. But again, we still have lots of runway left. He doesn't really visit the plains, like the prairies, you mean, out here? Yeah, he was in Edmonton. He was campaigning with Heather out in Edmonton, Strathcona. But yeah, he usually leaves the prairies alone. And yes, we need to bring back the fancy hats as well. All right. Let's see if this one will, if CBC is still working. Man, yeah, with all these close ridings, like flipping back and forth, that now it looked like the Conservatives were coming up, but it's all, again, going to depend on if these close ridings end up shaking out. I'm pretty confident that we can call it as a Liberal minority. I don't see why we're all sitting here waiting for that to happen and waiting for that call, because I think that, yeah, it's pretty much a done deal. That I don't think that they're going to get a majority, and they're going to need to cobble together a coalition with other parties that can include the NDP, and it might have to include both the NDP and the Greens. But if Mark Carney were smart, and he seems like a fairly smart politician. Oh, we got another just Liberal, we got a gain here in Ontario for the Conservatives. Let's just flip back to our regional breakdown here. But yeah, if Mark Carney were smart, he would not form a coalition with the Bloc. He would try and form it with the NDP and Greens, because they're actually federal parties, where the Bloc is only in one province. And it looks like, let's go to Quebec here real quick. They've got, they're probably going to end up with, between 40 and 43 seats, so 40 and 45 seats when everything is all said and done. So when everything's all said and done, they don't really need the Bloc, because they already have a strong majority and a strong showing out of Quebec. So, they're already the dominant party in Quebec. So they, again, if Mark Carney were smart, he would first look to form a coalition with the federal parties rather than a regional party. But if the Democrats just end up losing the lead in another seat. Which one did they lose out in? Oh, over here in North Island. Shit. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, they just officially declared Elizabeth May as the re-elected leader, re-elected single Green seat in Sandwich Gulf Islands. But yeah, if these numbers don't shake up, the Liberals can't form a coalition with, because right now, right now they don't actually have enough seats between the two parties, the three parties, because this only adds up to 171. So they would need, depending on how things shake up, they're going to need the NDP or Greens to pick up a couple more seats. But yeah, I really don't think that the majority for them is in the cards. Singh continues to fall behind in Burnaby Central. Are these all Liberal incumbent areas? Really, Burnaby? Oh yeah, Burnaby, North Seaboard, okay. And yeah, they are running close here in a couple ridings. Man. Let's see how things are shaking up. Oh, it looks like Sohi just blew up his political career. As I mentioned before, Amarjeet was the mayor of Edmonton, and he stepped down to run as a Liberal candidate, but he just got demolished, and he blew up his entire political career for no reason, apparently. I don't know why they haven't declared this one for Tim Uppal. He's a pretty what's the word I'm looking for? Popular incumbent. And then in Edmonton, Strathcona, Heather continues to hold the line. And then in the center, Edmonton Center, the Liberals are slowly pulling away, but there's still, again, a lot of runway before everything is decided. Moving to Carleton, Pierre's, now with 40 polls reporting, Pierre is still down by about 10 points and 1,500 votes. That is going to be a really weird night, especially because the Conservatives are doing better in the seat projections. Like if we jump over here to 338, What was their final seat projections? Okay, yeah. Liberals, final seat projections. Liberals 186. Conservatives 242. Excuse me, not 242. 124. I don't know what the fuck I was saying there. But regardless, the point here being is that the Conservatives are doing on the upper end of their projected seat count. And if they do well, like, you know, they gain seats but not enough to form government, and Pierre ends up losing his own riding, that is going to be a really weird position for the Conservatives to be in. In that case, it makes it utterly untenable that Pierre can stay on as leader of the Conservative Party, and he's going to be toast. But we'll see. We'll see. Like, if he's able to hold on to his own seat, then he might be able to scrape by into another election, particularly because he has increased both the seat count and vote share of the Conservative Party, and he really got kneecapped by circumstances and kind of his not great campaign also. But it's going to be very interesting to see where they end up landing when everything shakes out. Are they still? They're still not projecting whether it's going to be a majority or minority government. They still haven't figured that one out, and we'll see. I do like the crank start for the old Model T. That was awesome, man. That was fucking based. Before, you couldn't just turn the key; you had to get out, pull out this fucking like Mary Jack in the Box crank and like crank her up to make it run. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, I am drinking too much too fast here, so I gotta use the bathroom again. So we'll listen to this French lady, or you guys can, more rather, listen to this French lady and listen to her insights, and I'll be right back.
What we're having now is a direct product of the fact that we had a binary campaign.
Yeah.
And the reason why we're all a bit trying to find our footing is because we've never done an election night that was like this one.
Yeah.
Where none of the usual assumptions allow us to know how this is going to end.
Yeah.
Yes, we know it's going to end with the Liberal government.
Yes.
I also believe the advanced poll thing and the lack of a protocol forces us to not go anywhere because we don't know where those votes have been counted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that hopefully will be the last time we will have an absent over the universal word on how you count those votes, so that we know what we're dealing with when we see results.
Well, and it can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again, it is the choice of the returning officer, so that's what they get to decide. I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election. Now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio-Canada declared him lost.
That's right.
Half an hour was lost on burying Mr. Charest, who subsequently won his seat.
He won, and I was in Sherbrooke, and they kept saying to me, "Don't do it, don't do it. The boxes aren't open."
How did I know that she was French? Well, because, one, just look at her. She just looks like a quintessential crotchety old French-Canadian woman. But also, I've heard her talk before, so I knew she was French, because we've been kind of watching things throughout the evening. So yeah, I knew that she was French going into everything. And it's what time is it? 10 o'clock. Probably got maybe another hour left in me. I didn't think that this would go on so late tonight. Usually we get results pretty quickly, but things are close, and we have a pretty good idea of who won the most seats. it's going. We have a pretty good idea, but it's. I'd like to have something more decisive here before we end the stream, and know for sure whether or not it's a majority or a minority. I especially like to know if Pierre is going to lose his own riding, because that would be funny as fuck. But yeah, it's we're waiting to see some more decisive results here before we call it. But yeah, because this is actually a pretty close election, right? This is not you useless fucking CBC. Maybe they should defund you. Maybe they should just get rid of you at this rate. You can't even do a goddamn electoral map correctly. Hey, look, it's Gilles Duceppe. I was mentioning, and Nathan Cullum. They got a whole bunch of ex-politicians here, but he was the guy I mentioned that was a former leader of the Bloc. Used to be a member of the Communist Party, and then decided he was gonna run for the Bloc and be a leader of the Bloc. I want to see what's our total vote percentage. Man, it is close, very, very close. The Liberals are only ahead by about 80,000 votes. Yeah, 80,000. And man, that's this is a very, very close election. Everything, it seems like it's not as close as it actually is. Oh, this didn't actually die. Let's just check some of the regionals here. I'm curious to see. Let's go province by province. Alberta, 65%. 65% Conservative. British Columbia. This is interesting. That if the Conservatives looks like they're going to end up winning the most amount of seats in British Columbia. That is a definite change. If they're able to turn that into a stronghold. Manitoba, Conservatives still doing well, although not as well as your seat count would make you think. The NDP managed to pick up one seat in Manitoba, in Winnipeg Centre, I believe, but all told, the Conservatives only win by one more seat than the Liberals, even though they've gained 10 percentage points in terms of the vote. New Brunswick, Liberals won pretty comfortably. Newfoundland, again, all of these prairie provinces are north. Okay, I'm guessing those are the territories. Nova Scotia, strong Liberal showing. And here in Ontario, man, it was just so tight, way tighter than initially thought. It was initially thought, again, if we go back to the 338 projection here for Ontario. I am human, don't worry. What if I could just scream, I'm a human at the computer, and then it would accept the CAPTCHA. That should be the next. Honestly, that would be awesome if that's how you got. Because I hate the fucking CAPTCHAs. Like, oh, click on 3 tricycles and you can go to the website that you were trying to go to. Fuck you, man. I just want to go there. And I'd rather just scream, I'm a human at the computer. And I think that's a pretty good way of determining my humanity. Regardless, as I was saying, it looked like that the Liberals were going to very handily clean up in Ontario by about 7 percentage points. But we can see in our actual results here that the Liberals are only ahead by a couple. And it has yielded a very, very close seat count. And this is what is making this election much closer than predicted. That the Liberals, I think, are not in majority territory at all. And I really wish that the CBC would just accept my prognosis here and decide that, yeah, the Liberals are not going to be winning a majority tonight. Is this outcome a surprise to many Canadians? I don't think so. I think that most people were expecting Mark Carney to win. Even I talked to, there we go. We have the decision in Edmonton Strathcona that Heather has maintained her seat. Excellent stuff. Making her, okay, there are 3. We have 3 NDP candidates officially re-elected. 1 in Quebec, 1 in Winnipeg Centre, and 1 out here in Edmonton. But yeah, I don't think many Canadians were super surprised by this result. I think most people thought Mark Carney was going to win. And I do think, and even like I had a conservative buddy of mine and his wife over for Easter, and he was even saying to me, like, yeah, I think Mark Carney is going to win this election. But the fact that he didn't get a majority, I think most people expected him to get a majority, is the surprising part of tonight, as well as the Conservatives are outperforming their expected seat count and vote share. And in fact, the one big surprise is that they are slowly gaining more and more votes, and they might actually end up, although, okay, now they're behind by 90,000 votes. But yeah, they might actually end up squeaking by with the popular vote by a very slim margin. I don't know who that guy is. So yeah, I don't think it's a huge surprise. There are definitely some surprising things here. Oh, interesting. We had, where's this? Richmond South. Is this here in BC? No, it's Ontario. Thinking of Richmond, BC. And then, yeah, the Liberals were able to pick up a couple seats against the Bloc. And if the Bloc had a night like they did back in 2021, it would be a conservative minority government. But the Bloc, they definitely haven't collapsed by any stretch of the imagination, but they're doing, but they're doing worse than expected. So in terms of leaders, we have the Green co-leader defeated. We have Maxime Bernier and the People's Party defeated. And New Democrat Jagmeet is struggling. We also have Pierre struggling in his own riding. Oh, man. This is still only 50 polls reporting. There's still, over 200 left. But that is, I don't think we're going to know tonight whether or not Pierre was able to retain his seat. I think that is going to be a question mark that is going to take a while just because of the size of the ballot, and this is brutal. Yeah, Jag is just falling further and further behind. Oof. Oh, it looks like here that the Liberals were able to hold on to Central Nova. It looked like the Conservatives were making a play for that one. And here they might actually pick up, here in Cumberland, the Conservatives have actually managed to overtake the Liberals, the Liberals have managed to overtake the Conservatives, and they might actually end up picking up a riding here as well. I want to go back to Abbotsford. I don't think Mike has any chance now of really winning. Let's see how he's doing. Yeah, he's fallen behind. Yeah, it looks like the Conservatives will be able to pick that one up pretty easily. Oh, here we go. That's Heather. That's she's Edmonton Strathcona.
We had a great team. It just, the way things went, people were voting out of a sense of fear this election. And New Democrats do better when people are voting out of a sense of hope and optimism.
Well, you say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for your party, Blake Desjardins lost his seat to Kerry Diot in Edmonton-Griesbach. In terms of being the orange spot in Alberta at the moment, how do you represent the West when you go back to Ottawa when there is such strife within the National Party?
In 2019, I was the only New Democrat elected in Alberta, and we were able to get so many things done. With my private member bill, I was able to stop coal mining in the Rocky Mountains. We were able to actually move. In this last parliament, there were 25 New Democrats, and look what we did. The biggest expansion of healthcare in a generation under Jagmeet Singh, a pharmacare plan that the Conservatives and Liberals had voted against time and time again, and that was only 25. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. But New Democrats are used to a lot of work. We're used to doing this, and we are going to hold the Liberal government accountable, and they are going to have to live up to their promises to Canadians to make life more affordable, to make sure that groceries are affordable, to make sure that there is housing and people can afford somewhere to live.
Well, there are a lot of issues there that you just mentioned that I'm sure resonate with many Canadians. Heather McPherson, congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Now, Catherine,
So yeah, just to answer a couple of your points. Yes, I did hear about the patent where you have to yell at the TV to make it go past. You have to yell the brand to make it move past. If that happened, I would spend a lot of time trying to like break it. Like I would want to know how like actually accurate it was. Like I'd just sit there and just like yell gobbledygook at my TV until it until the ad skipped and I could see if it was 100% accurate. And then am I boycotting American beers? Well, mainly yes, because the only kind of American beers you can get right now in Canada are like the big box brands, like Budweiser and Bud Light and Coors and Miller and all of those big massive brands that and probably don't love like me. I'm using, this is a Big Rock beer. This is a Calgary-based brewery, and it just so happens that I almost always buy Canadian beer anyway, because I don't prefer like the big generic brands. And even when it comes to Canadian beer, like I won't buy like the Molson or Kokanee or any of the other really big name brands. I always end up going for craft beers, and they don't sell American craft beers up here, and they didn't really sell them before the whole tariff thing, and they sure as hell ain't selling them now. But yeah, so yeah, I do, not in a rush to buy American liquor, and I was never really a big fan to begin with. It was never really my jam anyway. I don't like Dos Equis either, honestly. I think, they have a great brand, great ad campaign. But yeah, it's usually, I almost never get it. If I am going to get a big brand beer, I do like Corona, especially with a good lime. Like, Corona is awesome. But without a lime, though, it's kind of junk. It's kind of not as good. So, yeah, I usually just end up going with a local brewery or something. Yeah, German beers are hard to beat. It's hard to beat any of the European beers because, they've been brewing it for thousands of years, and it's really tough to beat that. Really tough to beat thousands of years of experience. We actually don't really have Ontario beer we don't really have Ontario beer here in Alberta, and that is something. So I may or may not be getting more involved in the business community here in Edmonton, and I know some liquor distributors who are very much looking into bringing Ontarian beer over here to Alberta, especially with everything that's going on in terms of the uncertainty in the United States. There are a lot of Ontarian beer, brewing companies and brands that are like, let us come on over, let us come on over. And what this guy was telling me was that one of the issues that prevents that prevents these Ontarian beers from being sold in Alberta, and maybe you can tell me this, is that you can tell me if, communists are definitely known for their entrepreneurial spirit. So, anyway, you can tell me if this is true, but he was telling me that apparently every beer in Ontario has to be like plastic wrapped and shrink wrapped. And, oh no, excuse me, I'm getting confused. It was an Albertan brewery trying to sell in Ontario. My bad. And he was telling me that they don't have anything to like plastic wrap all of these beers. So it's like, we can't really sell in Ontario until we get this thing. Or they reverse their policy on the individual plastic wrap around every beer, which seems to me a bit excessive. It seems to be, yeah. And honestly, I'm one of those weirdos that likes IPA. But yeah, I know that there are a lot of people that get weird about their cans, and they like really don't want anyone else to touch the can. So I can see that there might be some germaphobes that really want their beer to be plastic wrapped, but that seems like a big waste of plastic to me. But yeah, I don't mind IPAs at all. I actually like the hoppiness, and I also like the yeah, for the people. And to be fair, bagged milk is definitely an Eastern thing. It's not here in the West. I've never seen bagged milk in either BC or Alberta, so it must be a thing that exists out in Ontario. But bagged milk is it's a terrible idea, and I'll give you several reasons why. One, how the hell are you going to store that shit? Storing that shit is not easy at all. And two, it's so much more vulnerable to being punctured, and then all of a sudden you've got milk leaking everywhere. And three, you can't really recycle them. Like, yeah, you can't really recycle a bag of milk like you can a carton of milk. Like, it's way easier to recycle, one of these 4-liter cartons or what have you, than a bag that has milk all over the inside. Okay, I can see that. There was a story about I died from food poisoning after peeing. Oh man, that's fucking nasty. That is nasty. It is an abomination, to be quite honest. Yeah, I know a lot of people do not like IPAs. IPAs are extremely divisive, and it has been an acquired taste. Like, I like to buy like variety packs. Like, if I go to the liquor store, like, I'm gonna get a variety pack of a bunch of different beers because I like to have the variety. And I am almost never, and almost nobody else drinks the IPAs except for me. So I just like man up and drink them, and I've kind of gotten an acquired taste for them, but they're still not my favorite. The one thing I do like about them is that they have an interesting history, because they basically were created to be so hoppy because it would help keep the beer good over long periods of time. So, you're sending your beer all the way to India, you need to put a lot of hops in it to make sure it can make the trip. And also, I like that they have higher alcohol content usually, so you don't need to drink as many to get toasted. Yeah, but yeah, it's a very acquired taste, I think. And I like sours too. The only beers I don't actually like are kind of this one here. This one here is this is a English style brown ale, and the kind of dark brown ales, and in some cases red, they're not my favorite. Not my favorite. I much prefer lighter beers. So let's see what we got here. Oh, this is behind the 8 ball, isn't it? Sure is. Sure is. Are they ready to declare it? They're ready. Why won't you guys just listen to me? Everything that I say is going to happen happens. So please just listen to me and announce that the Liberals are getting a minority government, because I cannot see how they get a majority with the numbers that we have right now. Yeah, we're still waiting on results for, a few ridings for sure. Let's see how many close ones there are, actually. Maybe that will give us an inclination of what is happening here. So what do we have? How many close races do we have? this one's, wow. Terra Nova is close. Wait. Oh my God, look at this. The one riding we've been sitting here looking at the entire time has actually flipped. It's flipped to the Liberals by the slimmest of margins. And maybe this is what they were talking about with the advanced votes coming in. So that's interesting. Okay, cool. This goes by the closest ridings. And yeah, it looks like most of the very close leads and ridings, the Liberals are leaning in. But obviously there needs to be something more decisive here before they can call it. I don't want to say anything mean, but this is kind of a weird looking dude, eh? I don't want to say anything mean, but I'm going to say something incredibly insulting about this man's appearance. Oh yeah, I want to check on Carleton. See how our boy Pierre's doing. How you doing, Pierre? He is still struggling. This is a really weird night if Pierre ends up losing his riding. He's gaining some steam, but he's still like 1,700 votes behind. But yeah, so this is going to be a weird night if the Conservatives end up gaining seats, they end up gaining vote share, but their leader ends up losing. And I think that would be a pretty strong indictment of Pierre as a leader, because honestly, if the Conservatives, Nikki Ashton went down, that's really unfortunate. But yeah, I think it's a pretty strong indictment, because if they had a different leader, then this really opens the door to them winning this election. But if they end up gaining seats and gaining vote share, but their leader loses, then the Canadian electorate is basically saying, like, you probably would have won this if you had chosen a better leader. The reason that you lost this is because your leader is fucking garbage. So, sad day for you. Interesting. Kelowna is still very, very close. That is a riding worth watching for sure. I like how they still haven't called Strathcona here, even though it's very clear that they're going to win. Let's see, in Edmonton Centre. The Liberals are actually running away with it in Edmonton Centre, so they might actually end up pulling off a seat here in Alberta. Edmonton West. They don't even have a picture of the Liberal guy. They don't even have a picture of him. This was one of the guys I met in my I told you guys that we had this big, meeting of the minds for all the Edmonton candidates running federally, and this was one of the guys I met. And his pitch was that I am a former Conservative, and I am now running for the Liberals. It's like, I don't know if that was supposed to like really engender a lot of people to your side. That seems like not exactly the best sales pitch, in my personal opinion. Man, they still haven't called this for Tim Uppal. That's surprising. He will, again, almost certainly retain his seat. He's been in I was going to say Congress, but he's been in Parliament for a very, very long time. He's pretty well known. Oh my God, what is going on here? What the fuck? That is weird. That is very weird that we don't have any data there. Oops. We have Winnipeg Center. Really, you guys haven't called it, even though there's only 4 fucking polls left? Let's see how Mike's doing. My boy Mike. Are we giving up on you yet, Mike? Oof, he's still fighting. He's only down by 500 votes-ish. But he's running out of runway. It's not looking good for old Mike. Let's check on Jag again before we go putting around some other spots. Oh, he just loses more. Every time I check, he's losing more and more ground. I don't think he's going to win that seat, his own seat. That's, again, a rough day. Big indictment against the leader of the party. All right. You know, it's funny. I actually really like Guinness. Guinness is one of my favorite beers. And I don't like any other stout or any other dark ale besides Guinness. Guinness is the only one I like. I know the CBC really does want their majority. I don't think it's going to happen, though. What was my first political thought ever? You know what? You know what brought me to like the whole tanky rabbit hole was, well, first off, there is the Command and Conquer Soviets are badass. And I do remember the guy who plays Stalin fucking cracked me up. He does have a good head. Guinness does have a good head. But yeah, the whole actor for Stalin cracked me up. But no, the whole thing that brought me down the whole tanky Soviet rabbit hole was actually the very first Call of Duty. And it was like the very first level of where you're in, it's the very first Russian level where you're playing in Stalingrad and you're like crossing the Volga River in these boats, and like the planes are coming in and dive bombing your boys, and like people are trying to run off the boats and stuff like that, and you get on the other side and they only give you like a clip of ammunition. And then I don't know what it was about that level, but it just was like, it's like, holy shit, this fucking Soviet army is badass, man. These guys are badass. This is awesome. And ever since then, that was it. It was like I studied the Red Army for years and years, and it brought me to, a love, interest in communism, and interest in the Russian language. And so, yeah, I guess my political awakening was the very first Call of Duty. So there you go. Radicalized by Call of Duty. Yeah, that was a long time ago. And I still, like, the first two Call of Duties are still my favorite. I know a lot of people love the Modern Warfare stuff. And I don't know. I will always have a spot in my heart for those first two games. Oh my God, is that Jason Kenney?
Obvious. I have a firm grasp of the obvious.
Oh my God, it is. That's a former premier of Alberta.
I think this is actually much more personal than it is ideological. Or
okay. Anyway, sorry guys, I got to use the bathroom yet again. I know I've been drinking too much.
Certain issue
I'll be right back.
factions and personality factions. In this case, there seem to be 2 or 3 personalities that have really ramped up what I think is an unnecessary conflict that simply needs to get resolved.
Yeah.
And I know Jamil, for whom I have enormous regard. He's a incredibly talented a guy with an amazing story.
Yes.
He has a particular particular series of grievances, and I just none of this should have been in the public domain. Let's put it that way.
No, for sure.
And I agree there should have been earlier efforts to engage those get those relationships well settled much earlier. But it's not like there's a huge rift. Most of the people going door to door for federal Conservative candidates in the last 5 weeks were going door to door for Doug Ford's candidates a few weeks before that. And you know what? The Ontario PC critique has been that Poilievre's team doesn't know how to win in Ontario. He's right now over 45% of the popular vote. Mr. Ford won 43% of the popular vote earlier this year. So the federal Conservative campaign is getting a better result, a larger total raw vote count, and a higher share of the popular vote.
Yeah.
That's nothing to sneeze at. And I think a little bit of, everybody has to put some water in their wine and put the best interests of the country first.
Yeah.
Maybe the common interests of partisan Conservatives somewhere in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Pierre Poilievre had called Doug Ford right from the get-go, the same way that Mark Carney did, he went and had breakfast with him, it probably...
Yeah, right, guys, we're back. Thankfully, the bathroom is right outside the door, so it's not like I have to spend a bunch of time What are we doing at? It's almost 11 o'clock here, guys. I'm giving you guys a half-hour warning. Well, it's 10:25. So I'll probably be wrapping things up here just before 11 o'clock. So, we got another half an hour here. I can't believe, again, we've been streaming this long. I don't even think I streamed this long for the American election because we knew pretty quickly, what was going to happen there. It wasn't like in 2020 with a fucking eternal election. We didn't even know who was going to win for like 4 months. Okay, that's exaggeration. But yeah, 2 months after things had all, the voting had all been finished. So, yeah. This is one of the longest, this is actually probably the longest Canadian election before we knew exactly what was going to happen. I'd really like to get a leader's speech, but I don't think that's going to happen quite yet. Oh, I want to see what this girl's saying about the Conservative mood.
Federal Conservatives doing better in Ontario than the provincial Conservatives did. That's something that the campaign has been going around talking about. That's something that is very much being discussed in this room. And yes, they are losing. They're aware that they're losing. However, they're happy. Well, I wouldn't say they're happy, but they're encouraged by their gains that they've made. They're encouraged by the amount of popular.
But yeah, I agree that, the Chinese Communist Party being able to win and, the Chinese Communist Party being able to win the Civil War is pretty badass. If you were to look at that map in if you were able to look at the Chinese Communist Party, right, you play Hearts of Iron, and they start with like this tiny little speck of land. Maybe I should play that's making me want to play the Chinese Communists in Hearts of Iron talking about this. But, you start with this tiny speck of land in 1936, and you go to 1948, and you end up holding the entire country minus Taiwan. Yeah, that's pretty badass. And, I think the one thing about Mao is he was a way better general and military tactician than he was an actual leader of a country. Not a great leader of a country, I think, but in terms of his military prowess, he is an absolute genius, in terms of what he did. And one of the things that he did that was, incredibly intelligent was that he would have his soldiers actually treat the peasants, the Chinese peasantry, with dignity and respect, whereas the Kuomintang would just basically come into a village or come into an area and take whatever they wanted and, be like, oh, we're fighting the communists, you need to give us all this shit, give us whatever we need. And it ended up turning tons and tons of people in the country against him. So Mao really knew how to win, in a war. He knew how to win the hearts and minds of the population. And, I agree. It was a pretty badass victory for them.
First, arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in third place. And again, easy even for me to do the math between the Liberals and the NDP. If someone had been able to consolidate those numbers on the center left, that would easily win. But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably, it has allowed once again.
Sorry, I'm upset. I'm getting distracted by this guy's tie. As you can see, he did the half Windsor, and you can see it's not symmetrical. It's leaning over to one side.
This point in the evening.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I want to go back to Jason Kenney, if I can, just to ask you this question. Shortly we're going to hear from Jagmeet Singh. That's the little box there at the bottom of your screen. So we're also going to bring in Randall Garrison in a moment so he can respond to some.
But I would slightly disagree with the Chinese Communist Party only gives a shit about businesses. They certainly give a shit more about businesses than the old Maoist. But I think that Xi gives less of a shit about business than who's that guy, Deng Xiaoping, and his successors. He's kind of moving more towards this weird hybrid system where it's like 50% of the businesses are state-owned and 50% are, private enterprises. So it's very interesting. Can I do a full Windsor tutorial? Sure. I mean, there are plenty of them on YouTube, but maybe one time, just start a video off by showing you guys how to tie a full Windsor.
4 years is counterproductive, and I think on the merits here, right now, 42% of the popular vote nationally. The last time the Conservatives achieved that was under Brian Mulroney 37 years ago in 1988. Growth in new cohorts of supporters in a broader Conservative coalition that includes younger voters than typical, apparently doing very well in communities of new Canadians. And one of the most interesting things, I talked earlier about the sort of blue-collar swing that we seem to be observing towards Conservatives. Conservatives are winning in Windsor, Tecumseh, Windsor West, one of the Sudbury seats. We almost won Hamilton. We're competitive in Hamilton Centre. I've never seen that. These are long-time traditions.
Okay, thanks for that, Jason. I just want to again see how things are shaking out in Ontario. Yeah, the Conservatives are doing way better in Ontario than polling had predicted. And they're only 10 seats behind the Liberals. And this is definitely what has been, booing them above what we thought they would do in this election. I mean, it's still, they were still, for a long time, the odds-on favorite to win this. So I think we do have a little bit of cope here from Jason Kenney. And again, right, let's go check back in Carleton here. 100 polls now reporting. And we have the Liberals leading by about still 1,700 votes. Still, they've maintained this consistent 1,700 vote lead. And God, again, it's going to be wild if we see, the Conservatives do better than the polling predicted, but the leader loses their seat, more rather. That is going to be, it's a weird night. This is a weird night for Conservatives and Liberals, and a bad night for JAG and the NDP. But yeah, this was a very weird election. This was one of the weirdest Canadian elections I've seen in a while. Oof, we have Liberals winning in Victoria. That's crazy. Oops. Man, yeah, it looks like they're going to lose in Cowichan and Nanaimo. God damn. Yeah, it's going to be a close race here in North Island. Still, the NDP are able to hold on to Skeena Buckley. It's a big. This is that this entire riding, is bigger than the country of Poland. Isn't that wild? Like one riding in one province is bigger than one of the larger countries in the entirety of Europe. A lot less people live here than in Poland, though. That's for sure. Yeah, we're kind of winding down things here. Mike still always clawing back. He might actually win. He's only behind by now, like 300 votes. There's still a chance. There's still a chance for Mike. I believe in you, Mike. If you win, it will make all the other disappointments of tonight feel less disappointing. Interesting. And it looks like the Liberals will, potentially at least. Let's check things in Calgary. It looks like, though, the Conservatives have been able to clean up mostly in Calgary, although we do have some very close races. Calgary Confederation, that's where the Confederation Park is, I believe, close to downtown. That is very, very close. The Conservatives are only leading by, holy shit, 15 votes right now. Extremely close. Calgary McKnight, looks like the Liberals will go down here. They're now down by about 1,000 votes. Skyview, yeah, the Conservatives will win that one easily. And it will be interesting because if things hold out we'll see in Edmonton Centre. If the Liberals are able to win here, then they will be able to actually have a seat in every Canadian province. So they can actually say that they're a federal party. And interestingly, I think the Conservatives will be able to say that as well, except for Prince Edward Island. They will not have a seat in Prince Edward Island, shut out of this glorious province. Canada's largest and most significant province. They will be shut out in. But yeah. So both major parties will have representation in every single province in the country, it looks like. Depending if the Liberals are able to hold on here in Edmonton Centre and win that riding, which it looks like that they probably will. It looks like they will be able to take that one. Oh, we have the flip here in Confederation. We're just looking at that. And a couple more polls came in, put the Liberals ahead. They'll be jockeying for that one for a little bit. And please, CBC, please.
Now, as things stand, Mr. Singh is well behind in his own riding. He is in third with 4,000 votes. The other two far ahead. So things not looking good for him in his own riding tonight. And as we've shown you there, the NDP not even official party status. Let's listen in live.
We are going to get one speech at least. No, the user J in in the Discord is actually my wife. She almost never ever posts anything. The only thing she does is she'll like my videos and stuff like that. But I wish she would post more, but she just, especially she's becoming more politically engaged. But yeah, that's her.
Got to keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you, thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. I love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. And I want to thank them all. For all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you.
Yeah, I agree, right? And we can kind of see in the background here, right? Jagmeet Singh, it's bigger than the actual, NDP logo. And we saw, well, at least we haven't seen the Conservative, brouhaha yet. But you see that when it comes to their own leaders, that they are not as well represented, right? They're not prominently represented. And I think that is one of the big things that really drags Jagmeet down as a politician is I think he does see himself as like bigger than the party that he leads or the party that he led, because I think there's no way, not a hope in hell, snowballs, chance in hell this guy stays on after tonight.
And they're incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time.
I also wish I could see Jagmeet's knot, so I could see what kind of knot he ties his tie with.
Obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, you know, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I've met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I gotta avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's gonna get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm gonna look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible...
I'll say that he looks like he's been in charge for a lot longer than 8 years, because his beard is graying fast, man. When he was elected, he had no gray hairs, man. Now he looks like he is aged, 30 years as federal leader of the party. But yeah, he had a run. It was not a good run. One of the things that frustrates me about Jagmeet is I really feel like he has all of the ingredients for success, but he could never, compile them together to actually become successful. He just couldn't figure out that winning formula, even though I think that he actually had it at the end of the day. But yeah. He did great. Or, well, he didn't do great. What am I saying? He had the potential to do great. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, it's really, really unfortunate. And I am sad that it turned out this way for him. Because when he was first elected as leader, he wasn't the guy I chose. Like I said, he wasn't the guy I voted for. But, I had hope for him, and I think that he had plenty of opportunities to figure it out, and if he really needed to figure it out, but yeah, if he really needed to, if he was going to figure it out and be successful, the time was in 2021, I think, when he could have really positioned himself as a candidate to oppose Trudeau and bring a vision forward that wasn't contrary to what Trudeau had for this country, but he just couldn't do it. He just couldn't figure it out, and it's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate to see, the first, visible minority of a major Canadian political party end up doing so poorly, but it is what it is, right? You can't change it, and yeah. What I do believe is that there is a lot of potential for the party still. They do need to do a lot of soul searching and figure out where they want to go in the future. But, there is a lot. The nice thing is that whoever can come in as the next leader of the NDP will be given basically a blank slate that they can reform as they see fit and reshape as they see fit, and they better make sure we better pick somebody good, because the last time that the NDP were in such dire straits, they ended up electing Jack, right, and he did more to buoy the party to the spot that he's done more to buoy the party than any leader ever in history, besides maybe Tavi Douglas. So there is definitely potential. They just got to make sure they choose the right person this time. And, unfortunately, Jagmeet was just not the right person. I'm trying to see if we have... Oh, yeah, let's check on Pierre's writing here, because we're going to be wrapping things up here pretty quick. And, yeah, he still struggling, man. He's still struggling. I really like to, before we leave, at the very least, to, man, he's still going, eh? He's still going. Yeah, he definitely truly, in terms of Mulcair, right? I actually liked Mulcair, right? I voted for him in 2015, and I don't regret it at all. I think he would have made a better prime minister than Justin Trudeau, but he was obviously, okay, he is resigning. Is that what he's saying right now? Whoops. Oh, shit. Fuck.
In the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear, and optimism over despair, and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country.
Oh, looks like we might get Pierre next. That would be great. I'd really like to hear what he has to say.
New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that is Jagmeet Singh conceding, first of all, his own riding of Burnaby South, where he continues to be in third place, and announcing that he will step down as leader as soon as a new interim leader can be chosen. He was the leader of the NDP since 2017. Marina von Stackelberg is in the room there. Marina, obviously a very emotional room, and I must say, a very gracious speech by Jagmeet Singh tonight.
Yeah, this was really the worst case scenario for the NDP. This idea that Jagmeet Singh would not be able to hold on to his own seat, that there would be severe losses for the party, which is how this is panning out. You know, throughout this campaign, one thing that we've heard from supporters and from his team was that a lot of progressive voters that would have voted for the NDP
picking up
were
another
scared.
seat.
They were scared of a Trump. They were scared of Trump. They were scared of a Poilievre majority, and so they were going towards Mark Carney's Liberals. And you know, the party tells me that they feel like if they would have had a bit more time to explain to people that this would cause vote splitting. This is what we've seen is several, you know, big name NDP MPs potentially or actually losing their seat because of vote splitting. The party clearly saw this was a potential issue. They actually started a whole campaign about it here in BC, saying vote for NDP to prevent Conservatives from getting seats. So obviously this is a huge loss for this party. One staffer I spoke to
Yeah, they were mentioning how a lot of seats, particularly in BC, were scooped up by the Conservatives because there was too much vote splitting. Right, the NDP was coming in second in a lot of these places, in places where they previously were the incumbent MP, and then all of a sudden, the vote splitting between the NDP and Liberals was able to really benefit the Conservatives in a lot of ridings like here, and Peter Julian, here you go. There's a big one here, New Westminster, because Peter Julian has been the MP there for a very, very long time. And yeah, it's really sad to see him go. And I think that what's her face, whoever this chick is, sorry I didn't see her name. I think she was right that there were a lot of left-leaning Canadians who were scared of putting Pierre Poilievre in the driver's seat. They were scared of what he might do vis-a-vis Trump, so they ended up breaking for Mark Carney. And I think it would have been very interesting to see how this election would have panned out if the NDP had chosen a different leader after 2021. I think it would be a much different discussion than what we're having right now. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. Right? It was the Liberals who ended up getting the new leader, and I think both Jagmeet and here's another half Windsor, not you can see to skew. But yeah, you can. But anyway, sorry. Fuck. But yeah, I think she was right that because the Liberals were basically the one to dump their unpopular leader first, they ended up being the ones to take that mantle of, Canadians who were scared of putting a right-wing government in the driver's seat at this time, right? And there's one quote from the first Trudeau, the based Trudeau, in my opinion. I think Pierre Trudeau was one of, if not the best politician that this country has ever seen. But he has a quote which says that politics is all about timing. And there was no better man. there's a man who had a sense of timing no better than Mark Carney, right? He came in at the absolute perfect time. He couldn't have chosen a better time to get involved in politics, able to take the Liberal Party that was already in power to, a sagging Liberal Party, and able to turn that around and able to capitalize on the anti-Trump sentiment in the country. There's no question that his sense of timing was impeccable. Yeah, it does suck, man. Jag, is echoing Jack Layton there, right? Hope will always, for people like me, be the driving force over fear. So I'm always an optimistic guy, right? And I'm optimistic that now we can kind of do some soul searching and find a party leader that might be able to capture the attention and minds of Canadians a little bit better. I do think that this was the election all about Mark Carney, right? This him coming in and as a new head, as a new party leader, he was able to gain a lot of attention over some of the more tried and true politicians. And again, his just sense of timing was incredible. All right, I'm going to do a quick check-in on some of these votes here. Let's see if we have anything. Let's see if this is going to implode on me when I try and refresh it. Okay, no, it's not imploding. But yeah, we'll spend some time. We'll do some check-ins with some of the other ridings that are left. Yeah, it looks like he's definitely given up here in Burnaby Central. Yeah, that's a rough go. That's a rough go. And even the Conservatives might actually end up winning this riding. It looks like they're clawing their way back to potentially winning it. So that's gone. Skeena is still waiting for a lot of votes to come in. Let's check on some of these close Alberta ridings. Still very close in Calgary Confederation. That can go either way. Oh, fuck. Edmonton Centre. Looks like the Liberals will end up picking this up. So it looks like they will definitely at least have representation in all of the provinces. Very interesting that the one seat that they held in Saskatchewan is this northern rural riding, which usually is very comfortable Conservative territory. Not this time, it seems like. And then moving over to Carleton before we head out here. Pierre is running out of runway, man. He is running out of runway fast. He is now 2,200 votes behind, and it's looking more and more plausible that he is actually going to end up losing his seat. And again, that would be a, as much as I don't like to say it, I think that there's more hope for the Conservatives than it looks like initially. But again, if their leader loses their riding, it's a huge indictment on Pierre Poilievre. And, this idea that if he had actually, like someone like Aaron O'Toole, like I think would have been able to clean up in this election. And it's funny because I asked my my conservative buddy what he thought about this. If he thought that Aaron O'Toole would be doing better than Pierre Poilievre, and he vehemently denied it. And he's like, no, man, because Pierre has the entire party supporting him. He's got the entire party behind him, not like Aaron O'Toole would have. And it's kind of like, well, listen, like you need a conservative who can do well in Ontario, and I think that Aaron O'Toole would do much better in Ontario than the rest of, or than Pierre Poilievre is doing right now. So it doesn't really matter if the party's united. It's not like all these people in Alberta are not going to vote conservative, right? It's like, oh man, because we fucking had Aaron O'Toole, now we're winning in Battlefield Crowfoot by 70 percentage points instead of 81, and we're losing in fucking Bow River by 65%. Instead of winning it by 79%. These Reform conservatives, they're going to vote for the Conservative Party federally no matter what. Like, the People's Party of Canada is not going to be able to get enough support to really threaten the Conservatives out here, but they probably would pick up enough support in Ontario to actually put them over the threshold. Sorry, what was that final tally? Liberals are now leading by, what's that, 3.5 percentage points? It's still pretty solid. The Conservatives still did a pretty solid showing, but I think if they had Aaron O'Toole as a leader, these two numbers would probably be switched. And we'd be talking about a Conservative minority right now instead of a Liberal minority. Yeah, he had surprisingly good, you're right, I think Carney definitely had surprisingly good political instincts for a newbie. Oh, we got Pierre talking.
Try and restore the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in an affordable home, in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning...
not sure about that yet, Pierre. It's like, oh man.
All of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
Because right now, the numbers are that if the Liberals and NDP form together, they would have exactly enough for a majority, and then the Greens can give them majority plus one.
A razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate.
And then it just changed. Okay, but still, it's very close.
This minority government. No. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people.
Pierre also has the half Windsor, in case you can see. His tie is askew.
I thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day,
The arguments were so good that you could form government. So
government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
As a party, we have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative Caucus and myself.
I'm really pissed off that the CBC has still not called it as a minority government. Like, guys, it's over. There's the numbers aren't there for them to form a majority right now. But yeah.
With me.
People took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go out
I'll be right back, guys.
because of the rise.
Oh, fuck.
This campaign.
Sorry,
and
guys.
the
I
stories will
totally
remain
forgot
with me
that you were just listening
as
to silence
I
here.
fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance your interests. To those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, particularly because
That's funny. You mentioned that we're doing laundry right now, and I was hoping that you guys couldn't hear it, but I guess you can.
deserve that we continue to fight for them.
Who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise.
I feel like he's kind of really repeating himself at this point. This is like, he's hitting the same notes here. Yeah, we're at 11 o'clock here, guys. I'm going to be wrapping it up here very, very quickly. I just want to, again, The main riding at this point I'm really giving a shit about is Pierre's riding. Oh wow! Well, they managed to hold on Vancouver East. Kingsway, man, this is a bloodbath. That's really close. Now you can hear the washing machine go off. Yeah, I'm just gonna see here really quickly if they're gonna let Mark Carney speak, or if he's gonna speak.
Rightly points out he has improved the Conservatives' outcome tonight, both in popular vote and in seat count. At this hour, Pierre Poilievre is still trailing in his own riding of Carleton, talking about his profound gratitude to the many Canadians that did decide to choose him, and making it very clear that he plans to stay on as leader and continue to hold the government to account and to fight for
It's gonna be really hard to stay on as leader if you lose your riding, bud. It's gonna be a tall order.
Right, than what Pierre Poilievre and his wife Anna Poilievre were hoping for tonight, Kate.
To give this evening, and even though he went out and he said change takes time, we didn't get it over the finish line, but we're going to come back and do it next time. I can tell you, Rosie, that people in this room are heartbroken. This is not what they were expecting a few months ago. They were very prepared to form government, and that's not what's happening here. But as you said,
No, it's not.
He has laid the groundwork to want to stay in his job. You also mentioned he's not winning his seat at this time. That could, of course, change. And you and I know from speaking to our sources that he has been actually laying the groundwork to stay on despite this electoral loss by calling supporters, by calling people he knows, and saying that he wants to stay in his job now, once again, leader of the opposition. But I can tell you from speaking to people who are here, you know, they didn't think they'd be going back to opposition. And he will be facing...
You know, that's one of the things, like, I'm now out of law enforcement, so I can say former law enforcement person, is in my tenure in that industry. One thing I learned is that, you know, while it's not quite true that poverty is the mother of all crime, it's like the mother of 90% of it. So if you want to do more than anything to solve rising crime, you need to resolve economic issues first, because it's going to, you know, there are always certain people that are so, you know, mentally disturbed. They're so off what you would expect a normal human to think and act like, that, you know, they just can't function in normal society. But 90% of the people who get arrested and commit crimes could be basically, I don't want to say saved, but if they had an actual economic safety net, the chances of them committing those crimes, it goes way down, because the reasons they commit them is, in a lot of cases, because they don't have the opportunities to make money and, you know, secure their livelihood without that, effectively. So yeah,
he deserves to stay and continue this fight. And I know you think that he will. I do know people who are already gearing up to try and push him out. We'll see what happens.
What do you think about that? That's interesting, Rosie.
I know
I wish you'd name
conservatives
names.
in Canada, and I haven't heard that from anybody. Not to say they don't exist.
Well, they exist. I don't know if they tell you, but they told me.
He certainly has. He certainly has earned, in my view, the right to stay on as leader, for the reasons I've already articulated, and that he did tonight. Look, he's got to show some humility for sure. Any leader who loses in any circumstance has to do that. That means reach.
Jason Kenney also wearing the half Windsor. You can see it's askew.
Focused on making friends, and that includes provincial leaders. It includes, by the way, there for some peculiar reason, a lot of ridings held back, dozens of them, for the very last minute, where dozens and dozens of candidates were basically pushed out of the way for appointees. There will be some grassroots.
Yeah, and that's a huge issue for cartels. You know, the main thing is, like, through economic measures, you're never going to eliminate the big cartel bosses, because they're able to make so much money through crime that they're basically like fucking wannabe businessmen themselves, but for the people that they recruit into the cartels, right? The people who are the grunts and do the actual dirty work, they're the ones that you can target through economic measures. And if you can kind of undercut, if these cartels don't have soldiers to enact their will anymore, then they can't function as organizations. Let's see here, man. It's getting really late, and I think that we are. I don't really give a shit about Mark Carney's speech here. Well, I don't know. It looks like they're gearing up for something. I do kind of want to give him the opportunity to yap before the night's out, because we gave the opportunity to everybody else. So I'll give him a couple more minutes, because it looks like, they're filling up the the people behind him, right? So they could all wave their goofy signs. All sit there and be, his number one supporters or whatever. But yeah, we'll give him a couple more minutes, because it looks like they are gearing up for the final speech of the night. And yeah. So, again, still not declaring a liberal minority government. They're still refusing to. They declared a liberal government very, very quickly, even though it ended up being closer than it looked like it was going to be when they declared it. But they're still refusing to do that, and it's very frustrating. I don't know why they're taking so long. Because, yeah, it's pretty clear that he is going to be the prime minister, that he's going to stay on as prime minister. And, yeah, they should just let him come out and do his thing. And we'll wrap it up here pretty quick. Fortress Nunavut, still leaning NDP. Yeah, a lot of left-wing vote splitting. I'll let the Conservatives do better in certain places where they shouldn't have. Let's check out Carleton here. Oh, geez. This is bad, guys. For Pierre, that is. There's only 60 polls-ish left, and it's a lot of vote. That's a lot of votes to make up for. That's a lot of votes to cover. And it's interesting that we have seen the Liberal popular vote share. It looked like it was declining, but now it's slowly climbing back up. So I feel pretty comfortable at this point saying that no, the Conservatives are not going to win the popular vote. Yeah, that's a sad day for them. It's very interesting that despite the fact that the Liberals lost the popular vote in the last two elections, they came much closer to forming majority governments than they did this time. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it doesn't, the party status doesn't matter. They can still easily all that they need are the numbers, right? And right now, again, it's exactly 172 if the Liberals and NDP merge. And then if they bring the Greens into that coalition, they bring Elizabeth May. Elizabeth May is like the tiebreaker. Well, she wouldn't be the tiebreaker vote, because once you get to 172, it's enough to be a majority government. But she'd be like the one, padding vote. Like she's padding she's padding the stats, I guess, of the majority government. Because the one thing I really didn't want, most of all, coming out of this election, was for it to be that the Liberals had a minority and would have to form a coalition with the Bloc in order to get over that majority threshold. Because, just if that happened, a lot of people in Alberta's heads are going to explode over here. They're going to be very unhappy about that state of affairs. And it's going to be close. It's going to be real close. Let's check that. Actually, one nice thing about the they finally decided that they were gonna declare none of it. They're having none of it. So right here we can see, for in terms of gains and losses, that in 2021 the Liberals gained 4 seats. Bloc 1, NDP 1, and all these others are vacant seats, probably because a lot of time people like resign or whatever, and they don't have enough time for the by-election and whatnot. And then we can see like the comparison, right? We saw the Liberals gaining 11 seats, the Conservatives gaining 19 seats, the Bloc losing 12, NDP losing 17, and the Greens losing 1. The Green Century. Okay, I don't know, guys. I'm waiting for this goofball to come and give his speech, but you know what? I think I'm going to call it here, to be quite honest. Unless in the middle of me signing off for the night, Mark Carney decides to come up and give his speech. You know, at this point, I think we've had enough time to really figure out who's going to win, who is going to lose, or, who is going... Excuse me. We've had enough time to figure out who's going to form the government, and whether or not it's going to be a majority or minority. CBC still refuses to call it, even though it's very clear what's going to happen. It's very clear how things are going to shake out. And regardless of that, I think the only things that I am really waiting for now is like that final declaration. And I think I have enough to make it on my own. I don't need the CBC to tell me. And I would like to see a final... I'd like to know for sure if Pierre is going to lose his riding or not. I wish they would call that for sure, but I'll probably end up staying up for a little later myself just to see what's going on. But yeah, it's those are the only things I really care about. I want to see if Pierre's going to win and if the Liberals are going to form a minority government, which I'm very confident that they will. I'd like to hear and remark on Mark Carney's speech with you guys, but apparently he's channeling his Sleepy Joe, and maybe he's gone to bed. He's an old feller. He had to take a power nap before he could have the actual speech, and he just does not want to come out and tell us what his vision for the country is going to be.
Vote went, and of course the long ballot issue is another complicating factor in Mr. Poilievre's riding. So we'll hold on before making any other decision here. As you can see there on the bottom of your screen, we're waiting for Mark Carney to emerge. I'll just get maybe a final thought from Jason Kenney before I let you go sleep.
Is he coming? Looks like he might be coming out here, guys.
Just quickly, because I got
No,
Mr.
shut your
Carney's
fucking
voice.
mouth, Jason Kenney.
From Mr. Carney, a real voice, a message of unity.
Yes.
It's not just about Mr. Trump. There are divisions in this country that have been highlighted in this campaign about winners and losers in our economy and our society, and we need to take those very seriously.
Jason Kenney, thank you for coming in from Alberta and giving us all your time. Really great to have you here. Okay, let's listen in live now to the Prime Minister's wife, Diana Fox.
Okay, we are going to get a speech here, guys.
Hello, Canada,
so
and thank you for your
grateful
vote.
to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country.
I know his wife was Australian. I know she's English. I'm just fucking with you guys.
Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered. Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring.
She does not look like she's comfortable doing this at all.
Through all this, I watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been: consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation, and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are.
Uh-oh. She's melting down. The Russians don't want us to hear his speech.
As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada for!
I thought for a second she was going to say who's going to make Canada great again. I don't know if you guys missed that awkward moment where his wife is like, come in for a hug, and he like goes and shakes some random person's hand instead, and is like, oh yeah, I guess I should give you a hug.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening,
Bonsoir.
everyone.
Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir.
What an evening.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter.
Before I
les autres
begin,
chefs de parti.
I would like to congratulate the other party leaders on their
You're right, his tie is also a half Windsor. You can see it's not symmetrical and askew.
service to Canada, now and in future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. Francois Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day.
But what does the NDP need to rebuild? They need a strong leader and a cohesive message, big time. But a lot of their prospects are going to depend on how well Mark Carney does in this term.
And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjoy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjoy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier
Of course,
les milliers de
I want to
bénévoles
thank the
ici ce
thousands of
soir et à
volunteers
travers le pays
who are
qui
here
ont
tonight
donné de
and
leur
across
temps
the country
pour
that gave
cogner
their
au port,
time
pour faire des appels,
so that
pour échanger avec leurs
we could
voisins
talk
et les
to
membres
Canadians,
de
who
leur
spoke to
communauté.
Canadians, who spoke to their
Pour
neighbors, who made the calls,
Un gouvernement fort.
the people who worked so hard so that we could have Canada strong.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada.
Okay, you belabored the point, and you made it. You ruined the joke.
I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin. I am going to begin with the value of humility and by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament. Of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home.
I'm pretty impressed with his speech so far, to be honest.
During this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times. Even though, you know, we're Liberals, it's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
Throughout this campaign,
ouvert leurs portes, m'ont
Quebecers
accordé
opened their
leur
doors to me and gave me
J'en
their
suis
confidence.
profondément touché.
And
Et je
I
vous
have been
en
deeply
remercie.
touched by that, and I
La
want to
langue
thank you.
française.
Yeah, he definitely wouldn't have won if he didn't
The French language.
do well in Quebec.
Quebec culture
Au cœur de l'identité
are
canadienne.
at the very center of Canadian identity.
Elles définissent
They
le pays
define
que
this
j'aime
country,
tant.
the country that I
Je
love so
vais
much,
les défendre sans
and
relâche.
I will defend them tirelessly.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois,
With my team of Quebec members of Parliament that you have just sent to Ottawa, we will ensure that Quebec will continue to prosper
Canada fort.
within a strong Canada.
Et que vous soyez un travailleur
And
des
whether
sables bitumineux à
you're
Fort Mac,
a
une
worker
infirmière de
in
Joliette,
Fort Mac
ou un
or
comptable
a,
de Toronto,
an
il y a
accountant from
plusieurs comptables.
Toronto or a worker
Mon
from
gouvernement va
Quebec,
travailler pour
my
vous
government
tous.
will work for all
So-
of you.
As we come here after this consequential, most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past.
It's pretty high hope there, bud.
We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build.
I agree, right? It is nice not to listen to Justin Trudeau. I fucking hated that guy. I hated listening to that guy.
Throughout, not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are.
I definitely like.
We are once again at one of
Shut
those
up.
hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves, and above all, we have to take care of each other.
Positive heckler. But yeah, I was gonna say I appreciate that he talks to us like we're adults rather than children's in a
When I sit
students
down
in a
with
class.
President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des
We
partenaires
will
fiables
strengthen our
en
relations
Europe,
with
en
reliable
Asie et
partners in Europe,
Et si les
Asia, and
États-Unis
elsewhere.
ne
And
veulent
if
plus
the United
jouer
States
un rôle de
no longer wants to be in the forefront of the global economy, Canada will. We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of housing units. We will become an energy superpower. We will provide good careers in skilled trades and one economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here.
Yeah.
We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. All right. Just hang on. It's okay? Yeah. That might be important.
Fear will beget a slightly
will
better
need to do
government than the
things
Conservatives.
previously
That's
thought
what I feel
impossible
like.
at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change.
Okay, starting to lose me now. Starting to get disinterested. Time for you to wrap it up, buddy.
One Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont
The
intimidables.
challenges ahead will be difficult, but that is clear. Major changes, such as the ones we're seeing, are always concerning. We have a long way to go, but I'm confident. I'm confident. I trust you, and I have confidence in all of Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went again.
Starting to fade with him.
Where on 9/11.
But just to answer some of and I agree, right? This is why I didn't vote for Mark Carney, because at the end of the day, you know, he is not going to address a lot of the fundamental issues in society. He's definitely not going to address any of the fundamental issues brought forth by the capitalist society that we live in. And, you know, because he's a banker, right? It's pretty hard for me to have ever voted for anyone who's a banker, someone who is like the avatar of the financial system, which has caused so much pain and hardship to everybody. You know, so I definitely feel like this is kind of a lesser of two evils victory. You know, I'm happy that Pierre lost, but not so happy that Mark Carney won, is my ultimate feeling.
And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans.
And, you know, that's one of the things, right? I think as a millennial who joined the workforce like right after the Great Recession and saw the amount of damage that, well, you know, this is mainly the American banking system, but of course Canada is tied to it. After watching like the amount of damage that the financial system did to regular, average working people, you know, it's very, it would be impossible for me to vote for a guy like Mark Carney. Again, I do feel like this is a lesser of two evils. You know, I would have liked for someone like the NDP to form government, or even better, like the Revolution Party of Canada. But, you know, we have to be realistic about where people stand. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's still
recent
yapping.
months, Canadians have done their part. They came together to defend our country and our way of life, who we are. And I know that when we are threatened, we will fight.
Fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect.
I think
our
Imperial
workers and
Japan,
businesses,
not
and
modern
above all,
Japan.
We will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, there we go. Whoa. It was a decent speech, except I think he kind of yapped on too long. I should have finished it up maybe 5 to 10 minutes earlier. But, yeah, it's the Carney era. The Carney era is upon us. And, you know, overall, I thought it was a decent speech. It was a 7 out of 10 speech. But, yeah, he's got a lot to do to prove himself, in my opinion. You know, he's got a lot. And that's the thing, right? He breathed life into the Liberals and gave them a term that they realistically, by all political standards, should not have. And if he fucks this up, it's going to be, it's going to destroy the Liberal Party for sure. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I know. Life would not be very good under Imperial Japan. All right, guys. Okay, that's definitely going to be the official end here. We're now almost at midnight here, my time. And, yeah, it's getting late. Getting a little late here. And the last thing I want to do before we go, let's see how Pierre is doing. Oh, my God. The answer is grim. Very grim. With only 45 more polls to report, PP's got to make up, Jesus, now almost 3,000 votes. So the amount of ground that he needs to make up continues to increase. I think it's pretty clear. I think I'm confident in saying that he will not win his seat tonight. And overall, we're going to have to see how some of these close ridings shake out to see if the Liberals are able to form a majority with the NDP and the Greens, or if they're going to have to turn to the Bloc. So we still have a few undecided questions here in the election, but I think we have the majority figured out. CBC still pissing me off and won't concede that this is not going to be a Liberal majority. But regardless, though, we'll take some time to... yeah, this is definitely a rally around the flag caused by the United States. This is a huge rally around the flag moment. And, you know, I don't know if you listened to some of the earlier discussions in the live stream, but, you know, the overall feeling of this election is that people were scared, and because of that, they went to the Liberal Party. You know, they ended up rallying around the Liberal Party. And Mark Carney has an incredible sense of timing, again, as I mentioned before, because he could not have chosen a better time to enter politics if he was able to jump into a time machine and see how things were going to pan out for the next 100 years. Maybe he did have a time machine, because it seems like, again, he just has... He knew the exact time to jump into the ring, and he was able to do that, impeccably. And maybe that's his greatest strength as a politician, is his sense of timing. Holy independence. Yeah, exactly. It's going to take a long time for them to figure out everything in Pierre's writing, but I think given the space in between him and a Liberal candidate, here we go. We just had another 10 polls come in, and he's still... Now he's only 2,000 votes behind, but still. It's going to be a lot of ground to make up. So I'm pretty confident in saying that he's going to lose his riding. And, wow, the Liberals are now at 166 seats, slowly able to claw up their seat count to the point where they are going to be able, potentially, to form a majority government with NDP support, which would be my ideal outcome for this election. But yeah, let me check with any guys got any last words? Yeah, should have bought a lottery ticket, eh? Yeah, and if you were smart enough to bet against Pierre Poilievre back in like November, you could have made a whole ton of money on Polymarket. But again, personally, I do not like the idea of betting on politics. There's just something about it that makes me feel uncomfortable. Oh shit! I didn't even hear about that they had that kind of issue, but thankfully, not thankfully, but regardless, here in my riding, the Communist Party of Canada was not a viable candidate. They didn't have any candidates running anyway, so couldn't have voted for them. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this live stream. It was a ton of fun. Again, it's always a great time, for me at least, to sit here and talk to you guys about politics. And it's a whole lot more fun to talk about politics in my own country. And yeah, I hope you learned something. I hope you had fun. And until next time, this has been DeComrade, signing off for now. You guys take care.